Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, April the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Goods. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, guys. So, little pre-market action for me, guys. PTPI. I actually took this one you see that blue line. Actually, I put it back in. Took this one just over 5. And I'm completely out of it. I wish I had held on all the way up to 578, but I got out just before 550. So that was a quick, and that really ran quickly. The reason I did it is because when you look left, and by the way, guys, I'm using these new charts again. I've been asked to continue to use them to pick out any bugs. So that's why I hate not having the dotted line. But anyway, the high looking left was a couple of days ago, 852. And so I looked at that and I thought, okay, maybe traders will really get attracted to that high. So once it broke out 5, and of course it took out yesterday's high also. Now we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Maybe it pulls back a little and gives me anyway another opportunity to get back into the trade. Blue is a buyout. I'm not going to talk about it. It wasn't on my list. In case you saw my list, blue is a buyout. Beautiful, man. I'm always amazed in this day and age that there's really no clue that this was going to happen unless you call this action from 640 up to $7 over these few days. But I mean, look at this. This closed at $7 yesterday, basically doubled on that buyout. BLU. Good morning, Alex. Let's see. GSMG. GSMG. Signs a $60 million strategic investment at 248 a share. Okay. Well, if that is correct, if Williams here, I mean, does that really mean that these guys sunk $60 million? That's 248 a share, and the price is at 112 right now. If that's the case, what the heck were they doing? Dr. M.A. made $2 on this one in the pre-market. There's another one, actually. I got a little active in the pre-market this morning, Dr. M.A. Yeah, I had a big day yesterday. And again, looking left, 343. 343 is the next high looking left. And what did I get to? Got up to 368 this morning in the pre-market. So you can see if it can take that out again. Then the next high is 480. 480. So still has room to run if it wants to. I'm going to stick an alert. Stick an alert at around 347, which would be the high right there that day, and see if it runs from there again. Oh my goodness. Now I remember, if you're in the room yesterday, you heard me say that I might swing Neo if it closed high, if it closed well. So I did swing Neo, swing it. I mean, I still hold it. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to hold it, but yeah, just over 16. I said if it held well, and 1633 right now. I'm looking at the bid ask, and now if that bid can catch up to the ask, that would be awesome. Because what we've got right here is 1638, 1681. So we'll see what happens. This is the trade of the week. It broke over 1575 yesterday. I can't remember the last time I took one of the trades of the week, but the reason I took it was not because it was a trade of the week. It was because of the room it has on the weekly chart and the daily chart. I think the next high looking left, well, right there, yeah. Next high looking left is 1713. So even though these are designed for longer term holds, this to me looked like even an attractive looking day trade yesterday. CJJD, I think this collapsed. CJJD. Down 30% on what news? This is a China stock. I don't see any specific news on it. It's right at the 200-day moving average, or a little bit above it, 312. Not sure what not sure what the reason for this drop is. DBGI, we know this one, DBGI. The reason for it is an earnings play, DBGI, and big gap down, 18%. Not a ton of volume yet. The reason I even look at it is because this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's basically a lifetime low right now, okay? And that is DBGI. Well, it is pretty cheap to try to short it, but nonetheless, CYTO, CYTO, CYTO. This is another earnings play. That's right. This is an earnings play. I'm hearing ALLR, guys. I have this on my list. I think I don't know if it's an earnings play, but first let's take a look at CYTO, CYTO. Very low float, extremely low float, 1 million in the float. And the reason why it could be really interesting, there's the high 139 of a couple of days ago, but more importantly, 223, bunch of highs in this area right over here. So this, if it really gets going, it has some room still to 220-ish. Yeah, so Alex, just so you know, I call an earnings play anything that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today, because typically something that released after hours yesterday will be in action today. So that's what I call an earnings play anyway. Goldman Sachs had earnings this morning. Most of the other banks seem to flourish a little bit, but this is down $11, 3.44%. Got into the 200-day moving average yesterday, now below it. And now I can look at ALLR. ALLR is ripping here. I'm hearing it. Any reason for this one? Again, I don't see any reason for this one moving. ALLR. The high of 2 days ago was way up here at 386. So obviously it's got a lot of room, guys. ALLR. And it is a very low float, 850. Well, whatever that number is, I'm always skeptical when it's under a million, but whatever it's going to be, it's going to be low. YS, YS, very, very choppy in this pre-market right now. YS, very choppy, trading higher after the company released preliminary total. So when is their earnings? We don't have their earnings date. So this is like a preliminary release. Okay. It's like an earnings play. YS. Trying to look left to see what the next high is. Looks like 210. Looks like 210 is the next high on the daily chart. Trevi, TRVI, TRVI, TRVI. Hmm. Yeah, this is the little bug I'm noticing on these charts. Let me do something else here. Here we go. Sometimes this box does not pop up. ALLR guys, moving. Now look at the trivia here. TRVI, Trevi Therapeutics. Again, not very much volume, not very much volume at all. The reason I put this in here is when you look left, a little bit of room, 220. This is the area right up here. I mean, this 250 area. But the reason I did put it in is because Needham analysts put an $8 price target on them. Okay. And that is for the TRVI. So that's probably the reason it's up 13%. No volume though. Then look at VHC. Holy smokes. Look at VHC, guys. Oh, it's a dividend. It's some kind of a dividend play. How much is it? $1. So that knocks $1 off that. Okay. But the Apple troll, the Apple patent troll. Ooh, now PTPI on the way down. Okay. Glad I got out of it. So we're in for a good open. Looking at the SPY right here, we're looking at a pretty decent open right now. Wow, what a rip here. ALLR left me behind. What a rip. Yeah, no shorts for me either. So that's what it was. Okay, NVEI. I know I got the email last night, the teaser email from Spruce Point. NVEI. What are they picking on this Canadian company for? Montreal. And they're going after actor Ryan Reynolds. Not they're going after him, but he bought a position in that company, and now they're slamming the company. Now, am I reading this right? Am I reading this right? The actor Ryan Reynolds, Canadian-born Hollywood star Ryan Reynolds, the actor on Monday announced his investment in the Canadian fintech company, and this is his NVEI, about a month after he sold his partly owned budget wireless provider Mint Mobile, T-Mobile, for $1.35 billion dollars. Wow. I mean, if that's correct, I mean, I guess we better start following Ryan Reynolds if that is correct. Seriously, I mean, if this is not a typo or incorrectly parsed, this paragraph, and for 1.35 billion, wow. I mean, you can make 100 more movies, and he's not going. Well, I mean, 100, but he's not going to be making 1.35 billion. Wow. Okay, well, let's support NVEI guys. No, I'm kidding, of course, but ended up with 300 million out of it. Okay, after taxes and stuff. But well, he is obviously so that's sort of a misleading. So the firm sold for 1.8 or 1.38. Is that maybe that's what it is? And out of that, he made 300. Regardless, that's a heck of an investment. Better than all those crypto actors who lost their shirts. That is impressive. Mr. Deadpool himself. Wow. And so he put it into NVEI. Okay. Very cool. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, what I'm going to do now is take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning from here is a strong sell opinion from Spruce Point. So I guess one of the reasons why they're all over it because this company NVEI recently hired FTX's global head of payments as a senior vice president, despite his track record of previous failed business ventures, etc., connected with multiple controversial people. Well, we'll see. He was going to be right on this one. All right, guys, going to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Okay, we have a couple. We have some Goldman upgrades. We'll have to take a look at them, okay, and see if they put some price targets on them, kind of like the WW. We get these in, and I'll take a look at the Goldman upgrades this morning. Okay, Dr. MA, I had a price alert set up here, and obviously it alerted. A few more of the upgrades to get in. Okay, there are the upgrades, but what I want to look at are these two Goldman upgrades, and also to see whether or not they put price targets on them. So the first one is Tyler Tech, TYL. Don't know them at all. TYL, what's the price? Okay, I don't care. 371. I mean, I shouldn't say well, because I don't care doesn't mean you don't have to care, but with a buy with a target of 424. So there you go, guys. Goldman upgraded TYL. It's at 371 now with a price target of 424. So if you're into the more expensive ones, then the other one was PWSC. PWSC. Okay, a little more like, ooh, this could be interesting. Do they have a price target? Price target raised to 24. It's a little close. I mean, it's right up in this area. Interesting though, no volume yet, but look at the potential gap fill. There's the high is 2094 right there. So it's a little bit above that. So you can kind of see this whole area here, this big void. So that could get interesting, even if it gets up to the 24 level. I mean that I'm not saying it's going to happen today or ever, but it's a nice break out of this daily well, not consolidation, but out of this daily area, and with that potential void fill. Looking left. All right, let's take a look at the ones on the downside. Good morning, Real. Go look at the ones on the downside. So blown away by Ryan Reynolds. It's amazing. A few more excuse me, a few more downgrades to get in here. Wells Fargo, very active this morning. Boy, a bunch of downgrades from Wells Fargo. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, from the toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and then Show More and then Sector Status. And again, we're in for a nice positive open, so all the sectors will be positive this morning, except for oil. Okay. I was just going to say that, except maybe for energy. All right, so what you're looking at, XLE, there's the energy sector, the main ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. 80.9% of the stocks that make up XLE are below for, yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 80.95% means. But when you look at every other sector, they're all over 50%, some as high as 92% for technology. Okay, and 92% for consumer discretionary. Let me take a look. Let me just take a look at the moving averages now, or the 200-day moving average with respect to these guys. So there's XLE, so still above the 200-day moving average. Retail, last I looked, retail was just kind of around it. Yeah, so just a little bit below it. Consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, consumer staples, well above it and moving away. Healthcare, for a long time that was below it, but a few weeks ago it started to pop up, or last week it popped above it. So healthcare moving away. Industrials, XLI, yeah, still above it. So right now, only retail, right? So retail is one, okay, and then XLY, consumer discretionary. Last time I looked, that was a little bit below. Okay, so just a little bit above now, the 200-day moving average. And of course, financials. We'll have a big party once financials. Look at this, guys. Closer and closer we get to that 200-day moving average for financials after the big beat down with the Silicon Valley Bank. Okay, but look at this, getting closer and closer. XLB materials. That's away, and we know that communications. Netflix, I think, is after hours today. I think Netflix, XLC, beautifully way above, and technology, XLK, way above. So we've only got the one guide. We really only have the one that is below, and that is retail, just barely below. Of course, look at semis, SMH, well above. Yeah, so I know everybody keeps saying we're in a bear market, but when you have all of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average, and the only one that isn't is retail, and it's almost. Oh, I'm sorry, and of course financials. Uh, the financials is it's going to get there. Yeah, I did see some of the coin plays like the Ryan and the Mara popping today. So I'm assuming Bitcoin. What is it, over 30,000 again? The ITO. The ITO was up. So is Bitcoin at 30,000 again today in that range? Thank you, William. Wayne? Okay, let's see if there's anything else sneaking in here that I haven't talked about. Again, the blue is a buyout, so no point looking at that. William, didn't you have this MMV yesterday? Isn't this the one that you took as a little specky thing? MMV, memory serves me correct. Yeah, PTPI. So I'm out of it completely, but yeah, I mean, just look left. It's got a ton of room. This is the little bug I'm noticing in these charts that I am the guinea pig for. Sometimes I'm a little slow to respond when I try to type in a symbol. And guys, I may get a little more aggressive today, and we'll see what happens. On my 10-day daily breakouts, I like to wait for 15 minutes. Um, I may get a little more aggressive today. I'm certainly not telling you guys to do the same thing, but I missed out on opportunities like the well, and look at them now, WINT. I missed out on opportunities like that just because. Okay, this is going to maybe drive me crazy a little bit. Ever see NSP from yesterday too? What are they doing? A financing? Nope. Look what it did yesterday. Got right into the 200-day moving average, almost to the penny. Yeah. In fact, right to the penny. 440. The 200-day moving average is at 440. So I got right to the penny. Wouldn't surprise me if that BTPI shows up immediately in the 10-day daily breakout. My only reservation is the fact that these two bottoming tails. I mean, there was a pretty big sell. What did it get up to? 579. It came right back down to 5. So you run the risk of that. Very low float, 1.4 million in the float, tons of volume already. My my able-bodied assistant William has not told me there's a minute left. 30 seconds left before the market opens, guys. So gonna get rid of these. All right, guys, we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open for business. Wow, look at the PTPI. Well, again, we're not in it anymore, but I'm looking for Looking for some kind of an entry. Ah, the trade of the week. Working not badly, guys. Not badly at all. Wow, over 6 now. I'm not in it. Oh, I was kind of waiting to see if it would show up on the 10-day daily breakout first. Ah, GME. GME getting closer and closer to breaking 22. CJJD continues to move down. Interesting, guys. We've got definitely a little divergence here. We have the Dow. I mean, nothing is down huge, but Dow is down, but the Nas is up. We have this divergence. There's a Dr. MA, Dr. MA, DRMA. Boy, the next high looking left, 480. Is that right? 480. Well, technically 343, but it was a little above that. Mm. Yeah, you're probably right about Goldman. Let's take a look at the financials, XLF. Oh, yeah. I mean, Goldman isn't really driving down the financials though. I mean, basically flat, which is kind of interesting. Okay, Toro. Toro just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. Now, looking left, 407 is the high. It's got a break, and then after that, 658. So this has got some room, guys. If Toro wants to keep going, Toro. Yeah, the high is 407 and then 470. So this has got some room. But I would wait for the 407 break if it happens. Mobileye or Mobile Iron? Mobileye. Ooh, look at Mobileye here. MBLY, big move here. Israeli stock. Look at this. So the next high looking left is 4811. 4811. YS is this might be unusable for me. So YS on looking left, I think okay, we had some not news, but room 210, 210. The next high is 257. So there is some room for YS, 257. Very choppy, very choppy. Choppy by, looking at in the pre-market, the topping tails and bottoming tails. BTPI halted. Oh, on the way down. Okay. BTPI halted on the way down. Okay, Dr. MA showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. The next high looking left is 480, so it definitely has room. CLSK guys, CLSK was a flyer before. It's trying to recover somewhat. CLSK. Ah, this is really broke out. Really broke out. CLSK. I thought it actually had a down day yesterday, but not even close. Okay, guys, Dr. MA had a little pullback, and now maybe it's going to do the explosion. Maybe, 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 maybe. But again, be careful because of that float. Yeah, I mean, we have 600K. Let's take a look at another site, do a quick check to see what sort of float they've got. Yeah, 2 million. So it's still very low, very low. 2 million in the float for Dr. MA. Okay, we've got the CJJD showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is not shortable, unfortunately, for me now. I think there were shorts available earlier on, but not now. Wow, this is just collapsing here. This is an all-time low now, guys. Well, almost. If you have shorts available for Dr. MA, sorry, SJJD, All right, guys, Toro now. Toro, Toro, Toro. Got the room, guys. It's got the room. Not telling you to take the trade, but 470 is the next high looking left. Okay. Again, the new me. Hey guys, I am wow. Okay, see, look at it. I mean, look how quick those trade down. Okay, my focus now is on the Dr. MA. See if it can get back up to the 380s. Mm. Yeah, there's the YS. YS has it. There's the chop. Dr. MA, guys, I'm really, really watching that. I want to see if that. I have to pass this bug on to them. Okay. Minute, guys. Okay, YS, I am with you, Shady. I am with you. Um, so I've had to pass this bug on. Nordstrom's. Yesterday, Nordstrom's had a. So this is what I think happens. So Sabs. Ooh, I may have to take myself out of the YS. Yeah, I'm out of the YS, guys. Took a loss. Yeah, my reluctance earlier was because it was choppy, but it seemed to. Yeah, it's still very choppy. Way, way, way too choppy for me. Well, let's see if it comes back later. Maybe I had a little bit of profit in it, but yeah. So these small ones, they don't look like they've got any sort of follow through right now. And YS, I didn't even realize this, but YS actually showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. So I was able to, scrounge some out of the Toro, and I'm waiting on the Dr. MA, but doesn't look good right now. Waiting on the Dr. MA to get back up to that 370. Yeah, I don't like Ryan Cohen because he told Nordstrom's to close all the Canadian operation, so I don't like him. Take a look at this one, guy. This is showing up on my option scanner, abnormal option activity for IoT. Okay, and it's over 22. And let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Let's back it out a little bit and see what is the next high. 2352 looks like the next high in the weekly chart. So 2352. So about $1.50 to the next high from this from where it is right now for IoT. Oh yeah, I'm not saying you can't trade the low flows, but your time has got to be impeccable. Ooh, Dr. MA. I'm still loving this. Well, loving it. Dr. MA is. Let's see if it can explode through that 380 area. I still have my price alert set up here. I think it's around 384, and the high here is 93. I don't know if there's any news on SABs. I did see it this morning. The problem is it was up over $1. Okay, so it did come back because then it broke down underneath $1 again. And so I kind of disregarded it. Yeah, I did see the news, but when it did this, popped up to 111 and it came right back down underneath $1. I thought, oh well. Okay, so US FDA granted breakthrough therapy designation for its drug. Okay. It's not a low float, 35 million, but yeah, I mean, this is definitely had a nice recovery. This always scares me though when a stock pops through $1 and then drops way under $1 again. So if you look left, 115, 115. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance not that far away for SABs now. Now, remember yesterday, this was full by now. The 10-day daily breakout was full by now. And this is more typical. Maybe we get maybe up to 10 for the day. And this is typical. I don't even think we had one yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh, the S23? Yeah, that's yeah, I'm very happy. Okay, ALLR. Yeah, another choppy one though, guys. Huge topping tail up here and all the way back. So what did it get to? 190, came all the way back down to 135. I mean, these are wild swings, wild percentage swings. Pretty tough to commit. But with this Dr. MA is just looking tasty here. Not here, but getting closer. There's the VWAP, 336 way out. That's not it. That's not an issue. I'm hearing SDIG now too. SDIG, SDIG. YS is a mess right now, guys. I'm gonna have to wait on that one for sure. See if it gets back up to that 230 level. I'm pretty sure you must be out of it, Shady. All right, let's take a look at some of these from the momentum scan. Running up, TBLA. Let's take a look at TBLA. Kabula. Yeah, not that interested in it. That 200-day moving average is not that far away. Guys, I really have to just pay attention to Dr. MA, the problem, because this could just pop. I know, Brad, you're in the room, but see what I'm talking about. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, now that got ugly. That got ugly quickly. Luckily, I was still waiting for that 392 break as the high. Boy, that got up and down. So that's I'm gonna have to put that on the do not trade now. That's way too whippy. Okay, let's get something else. How's the SDIG doing? SDIG, Stronghold Digital Mining, must be a crypto play, of course. Through the 200-day moving average, right here. Let's do the VWAP through the 200-day moving average. Let's look left to see what sort of room there is. There's a high right there of 122 and a high 131. So the big area would be, of course, 173. Wow, ALLR, it's got room still. I mean, look at that room. 386 is the next high looking left. What's the volume like? Well, let's keep an eye on this ALLR if it can hold over 2. And these are highly risky, guys. I mean, these floats are very, very low. The only reason I'm looking at it is because when you look left, you have this big, big potential void fill. 386. I mean, there's 2. It's at 2. And the next high is 386. So, and as always, I'm not saying it's going to get to 386. Did they have any news on this one, ALLR? Just watching ALLR to see how well it holds over 2. I think if we get like a 213, 214 bid ask, it could start to run. Guys, okay, let's see if it has any sort of legs at all, this ALLR. Kind of like that. But I will not be hanging around these things too long. Come on, 30, 30, 30, 30. Okay, what is halted here? IONM is halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah, oh wow, on the way down look at that. Hopefully nobody's in this one, guys, because I'm looking at the potential bid ask, 320, 320 from 398 on the halt. All right, guys, I scrounged out a little bit for the ALLR. Just not loving these low floaters that are not a lot of continuation after from where I want them to go anyway, even though they've got the room. So made a little bit on the ALLR, but nothing great. I picked the wrong day to get a little aggressive. Okay, this was one I was looking at earlier. Let's see if it did anything. IoT? Nope. IoT did not do very much. I had this on but it's still early. I mean, let's see if it recovers. This came from my option scanner. Okay, so this is shortable for me. This MCRB had the big day yesterday, had a little surge this morning, but it is now starting to fade. The next low looking left is yesterday's low, 6. So I don't know, 631 down to 6. I guess it must be somebody said that GS dragging the Dow down. We had got into the 200-day moving average yesterday. I don't know, Brad, if you saw, but you see what I'm talking about? I cannot, sort of spotty trying to. Anyway, look at that 200-day moving average yesterday. So moving away from it. Let's take a look at the financials, XLF. I mean, we're getting close though. We're getting really close to getting back to that 200-day moving average for the financial sector. Well, this is the one I was not wrong about, but SABS. This had the bigger pop than I thought was possible. SABS. Yeah, this is not, I mean, it's not a low float. 35 million. It's not a crazy low float. It's not high, but it's certainly not a low float. That's a great move. Had a nice day yesterday. I don't know if that news about their vaccine was yesterday also. I'm sorry, that's last week. So maybe same last week from 42 to 75. Okay, so this one, I've seen this one before, the PHIO. So PHIO is halted again. Yeah, halted again. Very, very, yeah, and the spread is awful. Not very much volume, really. Very low float. This is your projected open, 956. It's halted at 813. This is from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen. So this is going to have could have a giant open. Wow. Well, there just goes to show, I saw this one in the pre-market. I SABS completely discounted it after it got up to $1.10, and then it got right back down to 80 cents. Thought, okay, that's it. You just absolutely never know how this is the one that would keep going instead of the other ones. Mm. Yeah, Toro is getting interesting again. Toro getting interesting again. Big pullback, boy, to about 360 or so. Okay, guys, Toro, the reason this could be interesting is there's the high, 470. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 470, discounting what the high today was, of course. All right, give me a moment, please. I just have an email to check. All right, you know what? Yeah, just not seeing a lot of follow through on these guys. Not the day. I think this Toro has to get into the 430s or something. It has to maybe take out that high again. I know I'll stick an alert up in this area because it still would have some room. 470 is the next high. So we'll see though. I'm not that optimistic. Even if it did take this out, it's not that I'll take the trade just because it takes it out, but or I get a price alert. Boy, oh boy, this SABs. Well, let's take a look left on this weekly chart. This is not shortable for me, so I cannot do anything about that. But let's take a look at this weekly chart to see where the next highs are. So what are we at? 141 right now. I see a high of 163 and 159. So getting closer to these highs back in sometime in 2022. Okay, so this ORGN 480 is the next high on the weekly chart, okay? And this is showing up on the option scanner. The alert was at 435, so it hasn't really moved from there. Okay, some of these ones are starting to come back a little bit, but so there is some room. Yeah, well, 451 on the weekly though. On sorry, on the daily. This is on the weekly right here at 480, but there is some perhaps some resistance right around 466 too. That's maybe that's far enough away from 437. Yeah, well, if you bought it off the halt and you were able to get it, you may be extremely fortunate or not. It's hard to say because I'm looking here. Here's the potential open 23, but 21. But you see how it's and then just before I put this box up, it was at 13. So I mean, this is all over the place. PHIO. All right, what's the market doing? So the overall market. So the market's starting to obviously get weaker to a certain extent. Little disconnect. Dow is down. Nas is up just a little bit. SPY is basically flat. All right, Toro is back, coming back. Now VHC is weird because it was a dividend also, so that's the reason for the big drop. Also, VHC it looks worse, I guess, than it is, but it had a $1 dividend. All right, guys, I exited my Neo also. Minor gain on that one. So that was it. That's it for my big swing. That was from yesterday. That is NEO. Running down. IMGN. IMGN running down. Yeah, looks like there's too much resistance or support around 4. All right, where did it go to? Ooh. Remember the projection was up in the 20s, but look how it, not even close. So there's the PHIO. Oh, should have been watching Ryan Reynolds, the Ryan Reynolds effect. Yeah, what a bounce. This might go positive. NVEI. Okay, guys, so I'm looking at the ALLR, the YS, the Toro, the Dr. MA, PTPI, all of them just not great today in terms of patterns and all, my opinion. Way, way, way too choppy. I might have to turn my attention to something else. So this TIO, hey, I mean, it's still, what did it get down to today? 159 or so? 158? All right, here's a new one showing up. LEV. What sort of room does it have? So 224 is the next high looking left. Yeah, it looks to me anyway. This is the EV play. Looks to me anyway that there's too much resistance not that far away. Again, I may be wrong. It may it may pile right through all this, but it's not what I see. T-Doc. So it has earnings next week, not next, yeah, next week, the 26th. Yeah, it looks like next week. So little advanced pop ahead of earnings. I don't see any other Teladoc starts telehealth services for weight management and diabetes prevention. There's a little bit of news today for it, T-Doc. So there is some, yeah, so Dwayne, yes, there is some news on T-Doc. Ooh, well, AL, So this did have a pop now, ALLR. I wish it just, boy, maybe these bottoming tails, maybe those sellers will just leave now. Ah, I mean, that was so nice because look at the, when you look left, 386 was the next high looking left on the daily. That's what was so nice about this one. But I didn't get it. Take a look at Run from Joe Dagger in our YouTube room. Run, R-U-N, testing the VWAP, 377. Yes, right at the VWAP. Man, too bad. I'm not in the ALLR. Looks like it is now going to run a bit. And Uber above, okay, Uber above the VWAP. $32.57, so it's right at the VWAP, okay. Hopefully it's you. I don't think I'm not on mute. I haven't put myself on mute. So let me make sure you guys can hear me. Mm. Ah, Santa Maria. Oh well. Well, guys, if you took it, your next high is 386, looking left. So that is kind of the attraction. Well, let's see if the other ones, like the YS or the Toro, Dr. MA, I don't hold out any hope for that one. That is too big of a pullback, in my opinion. Uh, why isn't this showing up on my 10-day daily breakout? Well, it's why it's on a 10-day daily breakout. I would have to get above this high right there at 388, then it would be a 10-day daily breakout. BCRX, guys, BCRX on the way down here. This is shortable for me too. BCRX is shortable for me. If there's any news on this, they did a refinancing of their existing debt with a $450 million financing commitment from Frumicon. And that is BCRX. I don't want to chase it now, but let's take a look left on the weekly chart to see where the next areas are. Yeah, there looks like there's, a little bit of support around that 7 level. Yeah. So that's a no-go for me. Oh, stop it. ALLR. Wow. Well, next high. If you're in this, I mean, I don't want to stop it. If you're in this one, congratulations. I just missed my entry. And it's a little break up here. I was looking at the in and around 230, and I just missed my entry. Well, this ZI, guys, is interesting. ZI is interesting. The next low is about $1 away. And this is, breaking down now. ZI, ZI, ZI. If there's any, May 1st is its earnings. Don't see any other news on it. Vino. Okay, Vino is starting to show up. VINO. Oh, look at this. Vino. All right. Low float, 2.27 million in the float. Probably no news at all. And let's back this daily out and see what we can see here. $136 looks like the next high looking left. 136, 148, and 152. So there's a little bit of perhaps stumbling between here, 130 and 150. If it can get through 150, I mean, why not? 579, the high of that day. Remember that day? I do remember that day. Again, we're not saying it's going to get up to this high. Well, there's the T-Doc going, guys. The T-Doc is still going in a big way. Notice I haven't talked to about any of our AI plays. AI itself is starting to move down. Haven't talked about any of the AI plays. I haven't really seen any activity from them, positive activity anyway. All right, guys, I am short ZI. Going to see what happens on this one. I'm short ZI, ZI. And all right, guys, there is this lag. This is a new, I'm testing, I'm the guinea pig for this. This HTML charts that we're hoping will, replace all the charts that we currently have. And why am I short? Well, remember, I looked left and I saw this room down here. So we'll see. 2088 is the low. So I'm short at 2182. So basically where I shorted it. It's underneath the VWAP, 2206. Is WW still moving? Yeah, 816. I mean, it's, yeah, Goldman likes it as you put a $13 price target on it. So it is still hanging in there. Boy, T-Doc, that really, there's the alert at 2749. So now, sorry, 2749. So now it's at 2780. There's another one showing up here, guys. X4. I don't know when it happened first, though. X4, where are you? Vino, well, wow, look at Vino, 123, 145 now. So maybe there is a little bit of hope for these low floaters. Look at Vino go. 123, 150 now. No news. No news. Now HIMS, HIMS, HIMS. Keep, oh man, is it going to go too quickly? The big float, 121 million in the float. Let's say looking left, 1034 is the next high looking left. What did it get to? 1026. And if we can somehow get through that 1034 area, the next high is 1065. It's a big float. All right, shouldn't be looking at this one, but why not? PHIO. You know, look, oh, it just got halted. Just got halted. I was going to say, if it takes out that high there, anything can happen. 1014, but it looks like it's, oh, it just got halted. Well, the halt, it's, not a huge reaction so far. There's the halt, 10:02, 10:20, 10:20. So not like a massive pop yet. Okay, guys, while I'm kind of snoozing on this ZI, see if it has any sort of move down. Oh, look at T-Doc. Well, might be shortable at some point, but not yet. Boy, T-Doc is really strong. It has earnings next week. T-Doc, TDOC. All right, guys, my momentum scanner is really the one today. This one is so very active, starting to give some decent looks a little bit later. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about my homepage right now, guys. Especially the scans that I am sharing. Okay. I see that I abandoned Discord. I'll share again. Just I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know why I was muted. Was I muted the whole time? Oh, well. Uh, so anyway, FIO opened, guys. PHIO opened, and it is, anything could happen, and it probably will. It happens. Sometimes I sneeze and I put myself on mute and I forget to unmute myself. Okay. All right, guys. Well, FIO, I mean, man, I don't know where this thing is going, but just be awfully, awfully, awfully careful, okay? Yeah, Ion showed up early on the option play scanner, right around here at 2208. It hasn't really moved. It has room, if you look on the weekly chart, it's got room. Next high is 2352. So it certainly has room on the weekly chart for IoT. Breaking news from SWA. Really? SWA. SWA. Is that a symbol? Southwest Airlines, is that what it is? But is that the that's not the symbol though for it. Love, of course, love. Too much love in the air for Southwest today, I guess. Grounding flights. Now, what's the reason? Just one moment, please. Anyway, let's take a look at IoT. IoT. One of those ones that could get sneaky later on, you know. I mean, it's not really doing too much right now, but it's got all this room looking left on the weekly chart. So yeah, the first day I decided to get a little more aggressive on these low floaters. Not the day. Ooh, PHIO again. This is really risky, super, super risky. But I don't know, Brad, you're in the room. What I'm going through here, trying to type in these symbols. I don't know if you're in. Wow, look at the bounce for love. All right, CLSK. Initial alert was at 484. It's at 494, so no big move yet. Looking left, the next high is 496. Is that right? Oh, well, we're at there. Next high on the weekly chart. These are the week. This is the weekly chart. 618. 618 on the weekly chart for CLSK. That has earnings early May, May 10th. Boy, T-Doc continues to be strong. Are you talking about the Neo? Yeah, I mean Neo. You're talking about the Neo, PJ? Yeah, I mean the Neo is great. You know, when this actually, I wouldn't have minded day trading this yesterday. Well, I sort of did, but yeah, I mean you look left, it's got all the room, both on the daily and the weekly. I mean, it's still a valid trade. I mean, 1575 was the trigger, but I'm out of it. And that showed up here. Let's take a look at the, Michael will go over a lot of this, of course, the anchored v-wap. And that showed up on the pullback. This is one that, I mean, it's not designed for day trading, but you can kind of see what it does. So if you look at the daily, there's that purple line. So here's 4 as an example, and here's the purple line on the weekly. It's pulled back into it. So Neo had pulled back and popped off it. Let's take a look at some of the other one. Here's a cheap one, SMMT. Yeah, nothing that interesting. Just looking, maybe Conagra, CAG. Yeah, so you look how this is pulling into that anchored VWAP right here, both on the weekly and the daily. So, the idea then is to see what happens if it, does it pop off it or does it break it? I mean, if it breaks it, that turns into a nice short, potentially a nice short. I'm not using these, at all really, but in fact, Michael, hopefully, I'll even ask him if he's planning on doing a 5, 15, and 30 intraday pinch play, I think, using the anchored VWAP, I think. So the only good thing I can say about Toro right now is that it's holding the VWAP. Meanwhile, T-Dot just keeps making a new high after new high after new high. How do I know? Because I keep hearing running up. That's my sound alert on this. Running up, running up, running up. I know some of you were looking at maybe trying to short this one, but not yet. This is just so strong. And it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average, 29. It's about $1, less than $1 away now from that 200-day moving average right there. LSDI. Let's take a look at this one. Lucy, what do they do? I mean, do they? They do. Okay. Psychotropic compounds. Okay. Canadian company. LSDI. Okay. Alex, a couple of plays that he thinks might move earlier. That as a 1051, he typed that. OBLG, OBLG. Let's take a look at OBLG. Sorry, guys. Again, it's starting to irritate me a little bit here. The inability to type all the time. When I want to stocks into this chart, again, these are charts that they are experimental. Yeah. So the OBLG, I mean, obviously it's got some room to yesterday's high, 286. So it's got some room. How about MCOM? Yeah, I mean, decent volume in both. Meanwhile, broken record, but TDOC continues to move higher and higher and higher. TDOC, TDOC. And getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. 29.47, so 70 cents away or so from that 200-day moving average. Well, the AI now is suggesting a short on this one. It might be right. You can see 28.81. That was the alert to short. Getting close again, closer and closer to the 200-day. Now it seems to be good. Well, guys, Toro is actually setting up not badly. Okay, I mean it's a little bit choppy, topping tails and bottoming tails, but it's still kind of near the high of the day. The high of the day is here at 433, so it's hanging around the high of the day. If you drew a little trend line, the trend is up. And again, the attraction is because of the next high looking left, which is 470. And okay, we might get going here. 28, let's see, what's the spread is like? What is the spread like? 26.33, a little bit choppy, a little bit challenging on this. Yeah, 4.9. Yeah, I mean, the spread's an issue, can be an issue. I mean, it won't be an issue if it pops a dollar, of course, but we don't know that. This is what I'm talking about. Now that spread, I mean, 3 cents isn't terrible, obviously, but I just saw like a 15-cent spread briefly. 6 cents, I would say, is about the outer limit for a $4 stock. One that's going to move, if it's going to move. Relay. This is look out. This is actually a news halt, extraordinary events. This is some kind of a news halt, guys, for Relay. And they had announced their initial clinical data, but that news came out earlier, but now this is halted because of extraordinary events. It's not a volatility halt, which is a little bit strange. What else are they going to announce? Well, it fluctuates, Alex. Yeah, right now, 35, 38, 39. I mean, it does fluctuate 37, 38 on the spread for Toro. I mean, right now it's fine, but it does fluctuate. That's the issue. Well, let's see. I mean, relay. I mean, this is perhaps an area where it's going to be supported. See, look at it now. I mean, 22.35, 22.35, 27.34. I mean, it really fluctuates. I don't like that at all with these big rook pools sometimes. So I'm just going to have to let it go because of that spread. And I'm talking about the Toro. AIV. Okay, what sort of room does this one have? Not much. 838 looks like the next high in the weekly. So I don't know. Too close to 815 for me. Well, it looks like I was wrong about the Lev also. Look at this. I mean, the Lev, when was the first alert for Lev? LEV. Let there be a lot more resistance. I can't see it. There we go. 221. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, 221 to 237 now. Hey, finally, a little bit of a move for ZI. Oh, I can just see now Toro is going to explode without me. Wow, remember Wish, guys? I think Wish showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. I think back here, just didn't do anything, but it continuing just to move down. WISH. So I think it showed up last week. Well, I know it did. It showed up last week, but just didn't really do anything. I think it was an earnings. No, it's not an earnings play, but this is an all-time low now for Wish, WISH, all-time low, and just inching its way down. Drug. Let's take a look at drug. Okay, so this is, yeah, under a dollar, so that's why I'm not seeing it anywhere, but yeah, 68%, lots of volume. No news that I can see other than presenting at the 20th when was it? When is it? It's that news was on the 10th. So is it possible it's today? Wow. Look at this halt. Wow, what a collapse for relay guys. I mean, they had the news earlier announcing their initial clinical data demonstrating that it's selectively, well, I don't want to read this whole thing, but obviously, I mean, that was early though. Unless this was halted right after that, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is the 9:30 candle. Okay, this is the 9:30 candle. I must have missed that initial halt on it then. Oh yeah, right there. There was the news, and the news came out. Oh, okay. Missed it completely. Didn't see that. I got halted at 9:40 when they released that news. And then it briefly resumed, I guess, and then got halted again. Hopefully nobody was in this one. Well, so this is halted again. So now this is a lifetime low for relay, RLAY, a lifetime low now for relay. Well, this is what I would do. I mean, if a person is bound and determined to trade PHIO, I'd put an alert right at the high of the day, believe it or not. And that is at what, 12:27. So because if this takes out the high of the day, you never know. It could just keep running for a while. But it may not. Obviously, it may not get right back up there. Oh yeah, lots of shares available for, but where are you going to do it? Relay, yeah, a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers also, 1.37 million shares available at Interactive Brokers also to short. So I'm sure it's widespread availability of shorts, but where are you going to do it? I mean, it's already had the big collapse. Let's see, expected open or projected open right now is 1088 from 1170. So another dollar drop. Yeah, so I had an alert set underneath that price. That Toro is just look how messy and choppy it is. Topping tails, bottoming tails, on the 15-minute chart. Just very, very difficult. Well, here's another one that got hammered a while back. This OPI showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and it is still moving down. Another all-time low, OPI, another all-time low. It's a little bit like Wish. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. And why don't I take some trades here in the simulator just for fun? Keep my interest up here. So, how about that T-Doc? We're going to, let's short it. Okay, let's just short T-Doc. Click on the simulator, account, key doc showing up. This short a couple hundred shares of or 300 shares at T-Doc at let's see, I can go in, I can sell at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. There we go. So we're just short 300 shares at T-Doc. Okay. Whoa, ZI. Thank you. Finally, ZI is starting to move down for me. I did not take that out. I did not exit that thing out of boredom because I was bored. And there's that G&E. Keep waiting to see if it can break down through 22. It briefly did. Aha, hymns, guys. Hymns did start to move a bit. Now we saw hymns here, right? Earlier. I may have to put some more aggressive filters in here. Probably getting a little too many alerts. Well, there's the hymns. Wow, look at him. So 10:34, we had an alert at 10:17. 10:34 is the time, Eastern time. 10:17 was the alert, and now hymns has got up to 10:40. And there's hymns. Okay, how about the GNPX? Hasn't moved yet. GNPX has not moved yet. Well, I mean, I see what, some resistance right around 115-ish. Too close. Yeah, so you can actually use some of these, especially the momentum down, maybe, depending what the market's doing, of course, but it's potential bounce plays. I mean, obviously, Love did do that, but Ah, thank you, Pepe. Yes, I am muted. So nice spot by William on the SPR. Coming, look at the, I was just saying, look what it did though, right into the 200-day moving average, literally almost to the penny. The high is 30.13. The 200-day moving average is 30.14. So it stalled it briefly anyway. Now, if it can take out that 200-day moving average and your next high looking left is 30.77, and then it gets exciting if it can do it. And where's the VWAP? The VWAP is 28.70, so it's way above the VWAP. So that has not come into play at all. So that's what William was saying. Boeing is not going to change their supplier master schedule, including. So that's obviously good news for SPR. But look at that 200-day moving average. The power of that 200-day moving average, guys. I mean, right to the penny. All right, it is 11:31. What I want to do, just to confirm, it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. When I take my break in about 28 minutes. So again, if you've got a lot of anchored VWAP questions or just general VWAP questions, Michael's your man. He'll be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, okay? So take advantage of his being there. He's there every Tuesday between 12 and 1. And I'm sure he's going to say, you want to get that as an add-on. And it is $49 a month for this anchored VWAP add-on if you're interested. And this is the channel. Of course, you have to subscribe to it. And you can read this, what it's all about. And he'll explain what the pinch daily means. You can see, and what happens is when you click on an alert, the anchored VWAP lines are automatically drawn. You can see on the weekly, you can see these purple lines. These are the automatically drawn VWAP lines. This is the pinch. But I like this one. I like this one, the pullback on the daily. For you AMD players, so yeah, I mean, you can see there it is. There's pulling back to the, I'm not sure where he anchors this, what determines where he anchors this, but this is a pullback to that line right there, that anchored VWAP line, both on the weekly and the daily. So what's going to happen with AMD? Is it going to hold it? If it doesn't, then it could turn into a nice short, as an example. Not available in the web-based version, I don't think, no. If Jethro, if you go to the channels, if you don't see anchored VWAP, then it's not available. Yeah, and he's going to be adding more and more. I mean, I'm just waiting. Well, you guys are in YouTube right now. You know, you can ask him, when are you going to add the intraday ones? I think he was planning to do it this week, but it's all based on his schedule. And it is Michael, yeah. So Michael just confirmed it will be Michael. So yeah, ask him those questions about the anchored VWAP. Also was a technical issue. Yeah, well, the scan makes it interesting because it draws the lines automatically for you. Yeah, but you can ask him, okay, how did you determine? I mean, he's not going to tell you the secret sauce necessarily, but he has determined where the anchor should start. WINT, okay, let's take a look at WINT. That was really the crazy one yesterday. Yeah, so what did it get up to? 18 something? Got up to 1848 yesterday, and it just got halted. WINT just got halted. Meanwhile, TDOC continues. So at this point, I'll just exit the trade, okay? Just so you flatten the trade and always get back in. So I just flattened the trade, the TDOC trade. That was in the simulator. Yeah, well, as far as how it works, I mean, you literally, well, first of all, you have to be subscribed to the channel, number one, and that's $49 a month. And then how it works, well, first of all, you can get an overview right there. So this is the pinch daily, and this is the pullback to the IPO, okay? And if you right click and hover over select strategy and then go down to I wish it was a little more elegant. Here are the rest of them. And he'll be adding more of these scans. Okay. So again, the pullback to the daily. So how it works. Again, if you're not, he's not going to tell you exactly the math he's using, but I mean, you just have to click on the alert and you can see that here's that purple line automatically drawn. So you can see how it's moved, virtually everyone that you're going to click on will be moving into that purple line. It looks like both on the daily and the weekly. So will it hold it? I mean, that's the whole thing. It's pulled back and will it hold it? I mean, and that's where the trading comes in. And that's where Steve found Neo. Now, when I type in Neo, I'm not going to see that line, but that line was somewhere around up here. But Neo's not on this anymore, I don't think. Oh, it is. Okay, so let's take a look at Neo. Yeah, you see what happened? You see how that line is there? So that was the bounce area. But anyway, it's still a matter of, okay, how do you use it to trade? I mean, that's still always going to be the question. But at least what it'll do, it'll alert you. Nutanix. So let's take a look at Nutanix. Especially on the weekly chart, you can just sort of see that hugging right at the weekly. So, if it took out 26, could that get it going? Holding and then maybe moving higher, put an alert at 26, and maybe that gets it running. But anyway, you can ask him questions like that. He's not going to tell you, well, this is how, this is where I anchored it and why. He might, but I don't think that's the important part. Exactly. Just like, wow, guys, you know what? This has turned into my best trade. Who knew? Is that the ZI is just now giving me a nice little trade. I'm sure most people did not take this. But look how, I mean, compared to the other ones that I was, trying to trade today, look how relatively orderly it has been. And especially when it finally got that red candle in. So just out of curiosity, did anybody take the ZI? Yeah, just needed a lot of patience on it. It didn't really do anything for quite a while, but boy, and now it's just turned into a lot easier of a trade. Now, if you took it, and why I took it because of the low down here, 2088, so I mean, I think 20 could easily hold it. Okay. Or 21 could easily hold it, but it had a lot of room underneath. What a different day from now. Even this one is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout now at 2881. A little too late, but and if you're wondering, well, why did T-Doc not show up, down here when it was doing all this? And for those of you who understand this particular scan, the relative volume has to be 8 in here, before you get alert. Now look at this, 8.68. So now it's 8. When it was down here, it was obviously not 8, not 8, not 8. Consequently, I would not get the alert until it got up to at least 8, and other filters have to be have to be satisfied, but that's the reason. And again, say, well, why don't you just reduce the filter? This is the one I'm talking about. Right there, the current volume is 8, meaning it has to be trading 8 times normal up to this time of the day. So obviously, if I put this at 4, I would see this one. Problem is, I probably see 10 others that I don't want to see. Okay. And that's why. So day like today is just not as good, I have to admit. And we've had tremendous alerts from this breakout and the breakdown. I would say over the last month. Today is just not the day for some reason. We're getting the alerts, but there's just no real big follow through. I mean, you could say, okay, I mean, Toro 399, it got up to what 440, but very, very choppy. I mean, that would not have been an easy trade. The YS, the same thing. In fact, that looks like it's almost a high. FIO, I mean, it showed up, but that is a very, very, very hard one to trade. And the Dr. MA, same sort of thing. I mean, it popped. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 398, but for me to say these work, I mean, you'd have to get an alert at 376, and I would say, it has to get up to 4 and 425, 450 to that level before it really starts to move down. So that race that you're seeing, who asked that question? Who asked the question about the race? Oh, SS. Okay. Yeah, so I've covered some, by the way, guys, I've covered some of the ZI now, okay? I've covered some. So this race here, the large cap gainers from the open. So if you go to my homepage, I'll put the link in. So if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So scroll down until you see my scans. Click here on the scans, and there it is. Okay, there is the large cap gainers from the open. Okay. Boy, how wrong was I on Lev? I know I'm going to keep saying that probably all single day, all day long, all single day. 2221 was the alert, 246 now, on a percentage move. That's excellent. I just thought there might be too much resistance right around here, but not even close. And oh, I see. So this is actually an earnings play. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. It's not an earnings play. I thought maybe they were pre-releasing some numbers, but that's not even the case. They don't release until the 9th. Actually, so our provider has the 15th, so hopefully that gets adjusted because now they're saying on the 9th. But that's can't be the reason for this move. Oh wow, super cheap one, UFAB, super cheap one. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I think Michael might show up a little bit early. I'm going to put the YouTube link in right now. He's not there yet. And you can head over. Here's the link to get over to our YouTube room to listen to Michael. So here's another one, guys. RVNC, just sort of drifting down. Not a lot of volume though. Same thing from the 20-day daily breakdown. Okay, just as a top list. The next low looking left is 2880. So that's why I was sort of interested. It's a little bit like the ZI. Okay, it's showing up here. But the volume, I mean, there's no, the volume is not that great. You know, look at the volume for the ZI 2 million. Has a bigger float, of course, but also the relative volume. Let's check the relative volume. Yeah, you know, it's basically just trading average. Yeah, so there are a series. So there are two rooms that I monitor. Okay, the YouTube room and then what I call the main room, the main trading room. Both see my screen and hear me, but there's just more action in the other room. Okay, there are more traders in there, and there are more interaction amongst traders. So you can always head over there. You have to go to our homepage every day. Click on the trading room. There's no like one link that just gets you into the room. I have to do the same thing. Takes about 5 seconds to do it, but boy. LEV. Well, I mean, is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. So I mean, you'd have to think that maybe, just maybe, this 250 mark might 251. I'm just trying to look at the highs over here. So we've got 251, we've got 247, we've got 257. You'd think that maybe this is the area that will stall it. Look at the weekly chart. 262, this area here, because it is shortable for me. You know, and these rooms are free, by the way, guys. Okay, the trading room is free. I mean, all trading rooms are free, whether you're in YouTube or this what we call the pro trading room. You know, they're all free. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas even. Oh no, unknown window type error. Hopefully I didn't. Oh. Are you using our web-based version? Using the web-based version? Yeah, that's correct. It's a desktop only. That's why. We're hoping down the road to get everything that's available on our desktop in the web-based version. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I'm testing these charts. These, even though these charts look virtually the same as in the app, they're not. They're HTML charts, and so this is what we're going to be using in the web-based version. Meanwhile, T-Doc continues to be a star. You can't set a stop in with your broker? How's that possible? Oh, wow. Yeah. WINT. Wow. WINT. Nicely done. I know you guys were talking about it on the halt. Well, again, what traders are just looking at this craziness that happened yesterday. Now, the other thing that might stall it though before is the 200-day moving average. Not that that stalled it at all yesterday. That just absolutely blew right through the 200-day moving average, which I don't know what it was yesterday, but today it's 1214. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in, okay? And I'll just wait for Michael to show up. Now, he has to leave a little earlier, so I'm going to say 1250. Hmm. Yeah, so this was it. Okay, so I mean, in theory, not in theory, there was news for this one yesterday. WINT, there was news. Now, did it justify it going from $4, 460 to 18? Of course not. But there was at least some news. Sometimes we see these things move and we can't find anything. So that news is still in effect, of course. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm just going to wait for, I'm not in our YouTube room, but I'm going to put myself on mute in the pro room and wait for Michael to show up. Where this WINT, W-I-N-T, tough spread, 30-cent spread. Well, it widens, and then it tightens, and it widens. And again, why won't it show up on my 10-day daily breakdown? I think yesterday it did. Yes, it definitely showed up yesterday. But of course, for it to show up today, it's going to have to take out this 1854 mark. So that's probably not going to happen. But it did show up yesterday, right here, probably right at about 750 when it took out the high of this day. Actually, maybe even earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So I probably showed up yesterday in the 10-day daily breakout at about 638. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. I never took this one, guys. WINT. I just couldn't find. Well, I would have had to been watching it a lot more closely. So maybe on a 10 break, could have taken some. Now getting right into that 200-day moving average, 1214. So getting closer and closer. That's that blue, excuse me, green line you see on my daily chart. That is the 200-day. This is not shortable for me anyway. There's no way I can. So I'm not looking. I wouldn't have minded attempting a short if it really stalled at the 200-day, but I have no shorts available. Do I hear Michael? There he is. Mr. Michael Noss himself.
What up?
What up? Well, disappointing day in the breakouts. Just not one of those days, you know. We have a lot of continuation, you know. In some of these, as you know, Michael, even if they just continue for 30 seconds, but they tack on 50, 60, 70 cents. That's all sometimes you need, but no real good continuation on them today.
No, but the thing that I like about Windows, and it's something that we have kind of unique to Trade Ideas, right? Is our alert window. The thing I like about it was I noticed the same thing, but it just meant I didn't do anything today. Right?
Right.
I'm down ever so slightly today, right? I'm not up a bunch, I'm not down a bunch. It's just a kind of do nothing day, and I move on to other things. Because yeah, I took was it drama? I think I was saying in
Dr.
my
Reve, as I call it. Yeah.
VRMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. When that broke out of a little base there, I took a little bit. I'm actually looking to maybe take a bit here as well, but um, yeah. So I took, I think, two, and they were both very small losses, and and move on with my day and do other stuff. So again, that's what I like about that kind of window, is because I've got the text alerts going now. So I'm just, working away, building stuff, doing whatever. And if I hear something come through my ear, I'll open up, take a look, and if not, I don't do anything. So it just means there'll be probably some really active days and some super dead days.
Yeah, well, it's been super active, as you know, for the last, I would say 3 to 4 weeks. But I have a question for you. So you talked about maybe, excuse me, maybe this week being able to do something with the intraday anchored v-waps, or is that you got too much else going on?
No, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Okay.
They're a little bit more complicated, but yeah, I'm trying for different time frames. I'm basically going to focus, I think, intraday on the pinch, the anchored VWAP pinch, just
Okay.
because I think, at least to get started with, it's kind of the most actionable for
Not
day
the
trading.
pullback. Not the pullback.
Well, the thing about the pinch is it's got kind of both, right? It's got the
Hmm.
top one and the bottom one. So you
Right.
could, set a price alert for the pullback, or you could wait for
Okay.
something to
Yeah, I think
break.
that
Or
makes sense.
and then Brian Shannon, I've been chatting with him, and we have a met. I was he's gonna kind of give feedback and pick my brain and all that kind of stuff when it comes to what we can do going forward. So I didn't want to
Okay.
get too crazy with it, because if he goes, hey, yeah, I want you to change this and that, the other thing, and all this, then um, we'll change that. But I'm hoping to have the pinch going. But uh,
Okay.
these, this is not. It basically is really hard for the computers to do this
Okay.
kind of calculation. So it's slow going, just because every time I want to test something, it might take 10-20 minutes for all the
Is
numbers
it
to
the
be.
intraday? Is it because it's intraday, or is it just generally slow going?
Uh it's a lot because it's intraday. It's generally slow
Okay.
going, because it's not just like a moving average where it's kind of
Hmm.
calculating the last, 10 period moving average just takes the last 10 closing prices and divides it by 10. And that's it, right?
Hmm. Right.
The this it's taking kind of every tick and saying, okay, how much volume was done at this price? How much volume was done at this price? That
Right.
kind of
Okay.
thing. So it's
Gotcha.
just way there's just way more
Yeah.
math to
Okay.
it.
All right, my friend. Well, you have to. So if I show up at 10 to 1, is that good for you? Or ten
Oh
to
yeah,
the hour,
even
is that good for
even
you?
even 5 minutes. I
Okay.
think the depends. It's one of those things that always depends what the meeting is in. I think it's in Zoom. So yeah, I only need a minute or two to
Is this
switch
an
over.
internal meeting? Is this like a trade ideas meeting or something else? Because
No, just some quant nerds wanna
okay.
talk to me about quant nerd stuff. So
Okay.
maybe a partnership. Who
Right
knows?
up your alley, Michael. Right up your alley.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
nerd math.
Nerd math. Okay, my friend. Well, I'll let you go now, and I'll see you in about well, no later than 5 to the hour.
Yeah, yeah, I think that'd be fine. All right,
Okay.
I'll talk to you then. Okay, everyone. Now that the teacher is gone, what we do is we open up the room here for an hour for live Q&A. Um, you may hear my voice, you may not, but my son started daycare and instantly brought back the plague from daycare. So I'm feeling okay. My voice is just a little messed up. So, but as always, again, any questions you guys have about trading or trade ideas will be good to go for the next hour to go over whatever it is that you guys want to talk about. So, don't forget to let them know. I will be, yeah, Wealth 365. Let's see if I can find a link or something for that. There's a quarterly summit called Wealth 365. I'll post here, and I'll be doing that tonight at 5 Eastern, I think. Just talking about RSI and ways to use it, its advantages, and that kind of stuff. So um, it's always a fun time. I always like webinars and presentations and things like that because you get to see a whole bunch of different people and how they trade and how they approach the market, and some of which you may agree with, some of which you may not. Um, and they all have their own styles and ideas and philosophies and all this. So it's a good way to kind of see a wide breadth of different trading because as we know there's not like a single way to skin this cat, right? Everyone can do it kind of their own way and do it differently. So I always like looking at all the different kind of things that you can think of, and then from there kind of go through and um try to figure out, okay, these are the ones that make the most sense for me or that work for me or that kind of. So that's what it's all about. It's finding out, right? There's not the answer or the trading style. There's a lot of different trading styles, and then trying to figure out, oh yeah, this is the one that I think works with my time frame and risk tolerance and all that kind of stuff. Listen to Sovsnoff yesterday. Yeah, well, right. I don't trade like Sosnoff. He's kind of anti um technician, but you can't take it away from the guy. He's been trading for many, many years and made a whole lot of money. And I do like the idea of his ideas of selling credit all the time. It does seem to be does seem to be the move, right? Does he does very, very well with that kind of stuff. Right, there's it's again like everything. You're selling credit like that, you need to know that most times you're probably gonna be pretty right? You're gonna have a wide, um, breadth of being correct, right? Because of just the nature of what's to, baked into credit spreads, right? Your probability of profit is gonna be really, really high. You just need to know that it's like I always look at it when people talk about how Sosnoff trades and selling credit and stuff, credit spreads or just naked options, is that your probability of profits really, really high, which is great. Uh, the downside is just going to be that when you're wrong big. So it kind of inverses your risk reward ratio, right? You're risking uh, a lot to make um, a lot to make a little, which again isn't a bad thing over the long run. You end up just uh, doing well. It's just you got to be very careful when it comes to position sizing and risk and all that kind of stuff. Uh, it's a bit advanced, I think. Now, what he doesn't believe in, but I do, is that essentially if you combine even basic technical analysis and a basic technical analysis based trading plan to something like that, I think it would, in the long run, boost returns. I'm actually just setting something to run here because, as I said, with the anchored VWAP stuff, it does take 20 minutes every time I need to make a change because it's pretty intensive calculation. So I just want to set something to run here, kind of go from there. So, oh, yeah, I didn't know it does that when I change. That's a new Mac OS feature they call Stage Manager or something. It just helps you organize your windows. But can you make a bullish bearish relative strength scan? I'm not too sure exactly what you mean from that. That's a massive. There's a couple different ways to talk about relative strength. You could simply grab a top list and you could go position in 15-minute range, and you could sort by the ones that are the highest in the 15-minute range. Those are going to be it's going to be a simple way to look for relative strength, right? If you show this column, I don't even know what the scan is, but if I just sort by things that are highest in their 15-minute range, let's put up a 15-minute chart here. Everything that I'm kind of clicking through the list here is going to be high up in its 15-minute range. Um, oh, divergences. Yeah, then maybe that not with the normal system, but it could be something I look at for the Market Explorer, putting in 15-minute RSI divergences. I The divergences in there right now are okay, but I do think I could do them better. I just have to think about it more. The thing with a lot of what I do and a lot of what the Market Explorer does, it's trying to turn pictures into math. I think is is a very simple way to put it, right? Um, so there's always a big kind of, for me anyway, a big look of how exactly is the best to turn that picture that I want into that math that I want. Um, So yeah, I certainly could. I could copy the logic now for those who don't know, in the Market Explorer, under Relative Strength Index, we have a couple different scans. So what I'm going to be talking about in Wealth 365 is actually the RSI divergences, both long and short. Let's just go look at daily chart. Let's I don't really use indicators, so anytime you see those up there, I sometimes leave the 200-day. It's basically I'm just testing stuff. So there's the RSI, and let's find a really good long. Let's find a really good RSI divergence. Something that's just really, really clear. I just find the more clear I can make it, the well, this is probably going to be as clear as you can make it. So Pet Med Express, whatever it is, the RSI basically measures momentum. It's a momentum indicator. It's uh, it's basically just averaging the up moves versus the down moves. It is a very simple way to put the mathematics behind it. The idea between an RSI divergence, if you ever get the RSI not making new lows and then you have price making new lows, then that just kind of means that the average move it took to make this low is there is way more momentum required to make this low than to make that low than to make this low. And if the price is kind of making lower lows, but momentum is drying up, the idea is that that just may tell us that the sellers are starting to run out of steam. So if the sellers are running out of steam, maybe there's a bounce coming in. Now you just wouldn't, take the trade just because there's an RSI divergence, but you could look at, price and say, okay, there's some resistance up here. Maybe if it breaks that area, so I see the RSI divergence, so I'm going to put it on watch, and then if it breaks that area, maybe I'll take the trade. Uh, Kind of the idea behind this. So we have this for the daily chart, but I think again, I think I could make it better. Um, but yeah, and then we can expand it out to different charts because it's an interesting way to uh, trade because the idea makes perfect sense to me. Where you're just looking for. I'm more of a trend follower myself, but here's one for example. It's pretty clear, right? So you have the RSI making higher lows here, and then you have price making lower lows here. So the idea being that this push down required way less momentum than this low, right? And you can kind of see these on the charts. So the idea being is that okay, and then maybe if we start to push back up, then that's going to be the low of that particular move. For people uh who want to trade that way and they want to take reversals and all that kind of stuff, um then yeah, it could be a good way to play. So What conditions do the RSI divergence long short have? So it's basically, I'm just saying, when I did the math to turn into pictures, I'm just saying if price is making a new low, but the RSI is not making a new low, then it's an RSI divergence. That's technically correct. Uh, so if you go through these, you'll find that they're all technically correct, right? BKU being a good example here, right? Price is making a new low. And when you're looking at RSI, it's important to ignore the highs and lows of the candles because RSI is calculated only on the close of the candles. So BKU is making a new low, right? Because this would be kind of the prior low. So it's making a new low, but RSI is not making a new low. So this is an RSI divergence. I think if I like record the swings or something, there may be some improvements I can do to that. But that's the idea behind it, right? So then you just got to figure out, well, what's your entry? Are you just going to buy a bank stock, right? A regional bank with everything that's going on because there's an RSI divergence, or are you then going to use that as selection criteria? And then from that, go through and say, okay, well, now that I have this selection criteria down, I'm going to really dive in and then, make sure that I've got an entry point. Again, teach your own. If you want to just buy stuff as it's dipping, go right ahead. Just know that trends persist, so it certainly could get problematic. Uh, but for me, what I'd probably do is, I don't know. Most good systems I find combine a series of indicators and know really well what those indicators are saying. So you could say, okay, well, this momentum oscillator divergence is basically telling me that we could be nearing a bottom in some cases. So now I need to either use price action to get me in. You could simply just draw you get a little falling wedge here and just say, God, that's bad. Let's just do it with the real tool, right? You could just take this wedge and say, okay, well, now that I know there's an RSI divergence, I'm going to then buy a breakout of this upper trend line. So wait for a candle to close above that trend line. That would kind of confirm the RSI divergence. You could use another for people who, like indicators. You can always combine indicators and say, okay, well, let me, I don't know, take a MACD or something like that and say, okay, I'm going to buy when the MACD crosses up through the zero line or something like that. If you want to be more systematic, or you could use a moving average crossover or something. Again, for those who like to combine indicators to kind of stay systematic, right? That's another way to look at it. I would just make sure that whatever you're doing, you understand that an RSI divergence is um, part of a potential puzzle that you could apply other things to. Uh, I have seen other traders use divergences to account for some oscillators. I have seen other traders use for divergences account for candle closes, and some do not. Is it subjective? Yeah, well, it's trading is all subjective, right? There's no way to predict price, and that's not our job, is to predict. My job is not to predict what the hell BKU is going to do over the next few days or months, right? This is not my job. My job, and this is kind of a little bit what me and Barry were talking about when I got in there. My job is to come up with a systematic plan that I can then carry forward through the next thousands of trades, hopefully my trading career, that in the long run will make me money. And that's it, right? That's the whole idea. So um that's why I'm always talking about the way that you can kind of create setups as opposed to. So yeah, what you have to do is you have to test it, right? Another thing that we could build a divergence for, which I plan to when I have time, is the demarker indicator there. And the demarker is essentially where I said RSI only respects the close, demarker respects the high and low as well. Now, Charles Dow, creator of the Dow Jones Index and the godfather of technical analysis, always told us that uh, it is the closing price that matters. So, but again, that's to each their own, right? Some people will think some people look at the closing price and some people look at high and lows. But my answer would always be test both, right? Uh, knowing that there is no answer, right? There is no this is the correct way, this is the best way to trade and all of that. It's more about um it's more about this is the way that makes the most sense to me. This is a plan that I've worked hard on. So I think I can repeat this plan for the long run. So I'm going to use this plan and focus it in. So like me and Barry, Barry was talking about his I don't have them open on the screen, but his 10-day breakout scanners that we've been using for day trading a bit. Um, that's kind of just a systematic way to do it. And same with, drawing the lines here. I could say, okay, I'm going to scan through my RSI diversion scanner. I'm going to find stocks like AMRN that, it's making lower lows, but the oscillators aren't. So showing there is some divergence that's going on there. And then I'm just going to then draw support and resistance lines or trend lines or, whatever it is that I'm going to use. And I'm going to use those for entry and exit. So maybe on this one, you say, okay, well, there's, like a buck 50. Right. So we have a buck 50 there. And then we have $1.30. So if it gets over buck 50, I'll buy. And then if it closes under $1.30, I'll sell. Right. You could also, diagonal trend lines. You can do moving averages. Right. Just say, hey, I'm going to grab a 20 period moving average. I'm just going to add that in there. And then I'll just take it if it breaks a 20 period moving average. Again, it's the beauty and then also the problem of trading for a lot of people, right? It's the beauty of trading because you can kind of customize things to however you want to trade. It's the bane of trading because especially for new traders, they're always trying to find the one that's quote unquote the best, and there's just not. Right? Doing things on shorter term time frames are going to result in more trades, which is going to either do really well or do really poorly. Right? Doing things on longer term time frames is going to be less trades, so on and so forth. Sorry, I know that's messing up the screen again, right? But I just need to check on. We're always building new stuff and doing new cool stuff, so I just want to make sure I'm not checking on the company Slack. The other way to use RSI, and this was kind of what I'll be talking about in the presentation a bit tonight, and this other scan that I have, let's add RSI back in, is this scan right here, right? I talked about how RSI is the average up moves versus the average down moves. Uh, in the example that uh, in the presentation that I have a bunch of examples and proofs of why this is the case, but I look for when a stock cannot get oversold on the RSI, which is generally speaking 30. Some people use 20. But if it's unable to get under 30, then that to me shows me, just based off how the math works, that you're going to have strong stocks. So again, I'm just not going to buy it because it wasn't able to get oversold for a certain period of time. But what I am going to do is use this as a way to kind of zoom in my universe and say, hey, there's a lot of everything on this list in some way will be a strong stock. So, man, ELF just insane. So then you can use this to kind of narrow down your universe and say, okay, these are some names that I'm now going to look at. And I can just focus in on these names, knowing that all of these, the setup here is that RSI has not been able to get oversold for 6 months. So there's been no pullback in the stock that was so deep or so far that it was able to cause the RSI to reach that oversold area. Are we in a bull market now? Depends what you define as a bull market. It depends also what you define as the market, which, those are not cop-out answers, but right, if you define the market as junky growth stocks that ARK would have, yeah, you're probably still in a bear market. If you consider, the bull market of some people define the bull market as when the market makes a new high. In that case, no. Some people define a bull market when it's up 20% off its lows. In that case, yes. It's, to me, I don't really care. Like who cares? It's just a label to put on something. For me, it's, do I think that my stock, based off the setup that I have and that I've studied for so long, is going to move higher? And that's kind of my focus. Rita. How's Rita doing? I own some of this guy. It's been a while. I bought it as it kind of broke this high right here. I think on this candle. So I'm up a little bit on it, but the short float on Rita is 24%. So my hope is if this can kind of break through $100, that those shorts will start to get nervous. Do you believe there's a threshold where the amount of trades is too many and the math? You mean the amount of trades that you take? That should just all be part of the calculation, right? Like, you need to understand that every time you take a trade, you're paying the broker. Again, even if it's commission free, you're paying a spread, you're paying something, right? They're not filling your orders at the kindness of their heart. So you need to that needs to just be part of the calculation. Do you trade gold and US 30? I think you mean the Dow. I use anchored v-wap as part of my analysis for everything. It becomes a good entry point to some things. It becomes good support and resistance for other things. It just all depends on what it is that I'm looking at the time. I have certain setups for that, but yeah, I think you could trade everything with anchored VWAP. Again, it's just like we were talking about with RSI. It's an analysis tool, and then the question is, right? Is it part of your analysis that makes sense? So, we have year to date anchored VWAP here, which is something that's interesting to me. It's basically just showing stocks that are near their anchored VWAP price year to date. I actually did let me see if I can find it here. I actually did a Substack. Uh, Dashboard where I did a little math. You can check out there if you're interested in reading about that kind of stuff. Did a little math basically just showing that, if you're buying the stock market when it's above its year to date anchored VWAP, there seems to be some relative outperformance to that there. But yeah, I'm really liking the year to date anchored VWAP, especially after I did that. For me, I'm very much a system builder or a system trader, you could say, where I want I'm like in all situations I'm like prove it. If you think X, Y, or Z is a good trading style or strategy, you have to prove it. So, you have to do some testing. You can't just go, okay, I heard somewhere on some YouTube video or from some other trader or whatever that, you should buy when this thing occurs and sell when that thing occurs. I'm always like, well, prove it, right? If it works, show me some evidence, and that could be, statistically like I do, or there's some people who just paper trade a new strategy for a period of time, and if that works out, then um they kind of real life uh trade it, and that's kind of the paper trading part of it is their proof. And that's kind of the way that I work as well, where it's like I need some evidence for it. So now that I got that year to date anchored VWAP on the overall market, then I would imagine that the same thing would hold true to some degree on individual names. So yeah, this scan is just going to give you all the time things that are at or near their anchored VWAP year to date, right? So Netflix, you can see is kind of coming into it. It has earnings today, so I'm not interested in that. But your idea could be okay. It seems to be holding its anchored VWAP from the beginning of the year, and then if that starts to move off of that, then I could pick some up there and put my stop below whatever the last kind of swing low is and kind of take the trade that way. I'm trying a VWAP with intraday trading, even scalping off session lows and highs. There could be some merit to that. Again, the anchored VWAP book had because the guy who kind of popularized anchored VWAP is very much a swing trader. A lot of the ideas are focused on swing trading. So you can but yeah, you could, anchor that and say, okay, well, we've got a interesting level here at 413, 414. You could play off that level, right? If it starts to break from that level, maybe it pulls back here and starts to go, maybe take a long and vice versa. You said Dow D. So that would be your Dow, which is way overperforming. Just beating the pants off the 930s right there. Yeah, so we had a little pinch here and it broke out of that. So then moved higher. Yeah, maybe. I only started backtesting months. You have a separate platform you use for extensive backtesting. It just depends what it is. All platforms have strength and weaknesses that come to backtesting, right? So Trade Ideas' strength is that it can test a wide breadth of stocks, whereas most backtesters can only test a single instrument at a time. So for me, I want to first, and it could be as simple as Excel, right? You can use, if you just Google, you know, uh, Google Finance and Google Docs, right? You can pull in data from Google Finance, high, low, open, close data, and then you can start to test that versus, um, trading for longer term, going back further in time. And then if you have something that you think makes sense, then you can use kind of Trade Ideas for the wide breadth of it. But again, I've played with a fair amount of different backtesting softwares in my time, and it's one of those that it's got, um, there's pros and cons to each one, right? They're all building based off and optimizing for what they think is kind of the best way to do it. Oops, sorry, clicking around here. And then when it comes to back tested stuff, right, there's also always TI strength, which is, how is EPNB doing? Up ever so slightly, but looking pretty good here. So yeah, this is TI strength. So this is a relative strength algorithm that I built and is back tested just enough to kind of prove that the stuff on this list has a tendency of outperforming the market. So just like we were talking about earlier with RSI and things like that, I want to take this and combine, traditional technical analysis on top of this one. So like HIMS, for example, here, as long as we can close above this area right here, I think I'm going to buy some of this for my swing portfolio. It's number one ranked on TI strength. It's breaking out. Looks like it's breaking out of this little base today. It's got a 18% short float, which is pretty substantial as well. So you take all those and you combine it together, and you kind of come up with a trading plan or a game plan based off of that. You say, okay, well, we've got some good relative strength here in HIMS. We have a breakout of this area right here. That's kind of the combination of things that I need to look to be involved in something like that, as opposed to being involved in, um, you know, anything else, stocks that are selling off or whatever. Yeah, little RS or little MACD curl as well. The trading is of a free trial. No. But we do this thing every now and then, which may be in the next month or so, just called a test drive, uh, where, let me see if I can get you a link, where what we do is we give people, for, I believe it's like $10, access to the entire platform for a week. The problem with free trials and all of that, the way that we do it, is we have live tick by tick data that's not cheap. 2 weeks. Yes, Barry. Sorry, 2 weeks. Yeah, so we have live data, and it's live real-time data. So it means that every time somebody signs up, then we have to pay the data fee. So here is boom. If you want to give that a shot, that'll just notify you when the next test drive starts. Um, so then, yeah, what we do is we charge $10, near nothing, but enough to cover the data fees that we're going to get charged by the exchange. So, does Trade Ideas have a rate of change filter? You can do percent change on a tons of different time frame. So and that's essentially what rate of change as the indicator is. So let's just open up a new just top list. Right, so here's all the change filters, which there's a lot of. Trading, I think, yeah, if you just go okay. Yeah, I think at any time, if you want, you can just go to the you don't need to be a member for that. So anytime you want, you can go and read our user guide, and learn about all the different windows and the getting started guide and I, everywhere that you can kind of learn the basics and all that. You can do all that right through here. Have I found a v-wap with standard deviation useful? No, I haven't personally. For me, I just want the point of a v-wap is a sentiment indicator and a potential area of support and resistance, right? So let's just pop something on HIMS right here. Right. So this wasn't acting as an area of support and resistance. But again, you could use it as a sentiment indicator and basically say with HIMS, this is the anchored VWAP from this important swing high. So if it's below that, I'm not interested. And if it's above it, I am. Other than that, I haven't found. It's like anything else. It's not a be all and end all or anything like that, but it's just a um it's it is a potential, and this would be exactly. I have Brian Shannon's voice in my head after researching this and watching lots of videos of his. It is a potential area of support or resistance, right? Um, Not necessarily an absolute area of support resistance, and then also a sentiment indicator, right? So yeah, when it comes to what would the standard deviation be on this, and the thing you have to always ask yourself with any indicator is why does it matter, right? Um why would a standard deviation kind of be relevant in that case? What would the why would I guess maybe if you were fading it, you're trying to say, hey, I don't think it should deviate too much from this, maybe. But I can't, the more I think about it, I can't think of a way to a reason why it would always matter, right? And that's kind of like the Substack I do above, um, that I posted above. It's a lot of what I do is I look at math and I say, or the math of the indicators, and I say, okay, what's the math actually saying? Because a lot of people just get trapped in the, I was told to buy crossovers, or I was told to do this or that. I always go in and say, what does it actually matter? Like, what does the math actually matter, right? On a v-wap setting, does it matter if you anchored before the top or after the possible low? Yeah, it's the simplest way to look at where to anchor. And again, I highly recommend Brian Shannon's book, right? Because he's done way more testing and everything with this. Um, the the simplest way to kind of think about it is just to say what a significant point. Like it has to be a significant turning point because that's what is going to determine the sentiment, right? So, why is this point important? Well, essentially, hymns ran from $6 to 12, so it's doubled, right? So it's from $6 to 12, and then it's pulled back, right? So I would say that this is probably a good point to anchor. And then so is this one right here, because those are significant turning points. So it basically means, like, again, the math behind what anchored VWAP means is that, right, as long as we are below this line, everybody, the average market participant, if you started buying hymns around this area, if you FOMOed in, is losing money. And as soon as we're significantly over that, well, now the average market participant is making money. So that's that sentiment side of things. Like, oh, everyone's happy and things are great. So we can kind of push that up there as well. And then, you could anchor the same thing from this significant low right here and just say, well, this is the low for a long time. So we want to see where the average market participant is from that line. And you can see there's a couple areas that would have acted as support for a little pullback. Do I like alerts or topless? It depends. Depends on what. Topless, I find are best to scan. If you're looking for, show me stocks that are over the the yeah, so if I'm sitting there at night, I guess is the best way to do it. And I'm just going to say, hey, I want to find stocks that are over 200 day or under 200 day, or near all time highs or something like that. Top lists are a good way to do that. If I want things sent to me as the market is going, then I could, I'm looking for that instant alert, and for that I'll use the alert windows. So it depends whether or not I'm like hunting for new stocks. That's top lists are going to be the best for that. Or if I just want to sit and wait for an alert to come through, those alert windows are best. Does Brian share his trading stats? No. Again, he's proposing an idea to you and saying, if this is something that's interesting to you, go do the work and build your own trading strategy off of it. There's no benefit to him to say, "This is how good I am at trading." It's
How good are
here's
you
the
at trading, Michael?
day trading. I'm awful.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm
Unless you
learning.
use my scan.
Swing trading, I do okay. Day trading, I'm learning the more I play with it. Just
Mhm.
I'm not the best. But yeah, your scan has definitely been something I've been playing with to help that out for sure.
All right, Michael, it is 5-2. If you want to take off now, and the way I would also, yeah, I like the way you describe the top list and the alert windows. The alerts, as Dan always like to say, there are a lot of screeners out there, and we're the greatest scanner on earth. So all the screening is done in the top. You can use the top list to screen, like Michael was talking about, but then to get the real-time alerts, you need the alert window. I do
Yeah,
use the top list window. So as you say, even intraday to hunt. Um, because what I do is I'll sort depending on what I'm looking for, I'll sort on the position in the day's range. So for me, I always like to see stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day, depending on what direction I'm going. So even though I'm not getting a real-time alert that the stock is at the high of the day, I can see it. And then I click on it and say, okay, hey, where could it keep going? And if I look left, does it still have room to keep moving? So I can, for instance, I know you got to go, but I found ZI. Just take a look at ZI. I'm out of it now, but ZI came in this little. Well, the one I was talking about early last week with you, the 20-day
yeah,
range highs and lows. So I found ZI right at about 21.90. Okay, and took the short just under there, and it ran down to 21.46 before it finally moved up. Not
yeah.
a
And
bad little play,
what
and
I
also very gentle. I mean, it didn't have a lot of gyrations while I was in it, which is always nice.
yeah. Well, and it's I think it has a lot to do with yeah, the whole hunting thing, right? Are you someone who wants to because for me, intraday, that's bad news, right? If
Mhm.
I'm out there hunting for if I'm out there hunting for different names, then it's bad news for me because I know that I'll end up, doing some stuff that I shouldn't. So for me, when
Mhm.
it comes to day trading, I want that kind of just presented to me.
Right. Yeah, makes
But yeah,
sense. You don't have the time. You don't have the time, nor the
yeah,
inclination. I don't even think it's the time. It's more the inclination, and
yes,
that's why I always
exactly.
say you got to have a trading plan that matches your personality.
That's it. All right,
So I'll
Barry.
let
Well,
you go,
thanks
Michael. You
for
got to go. Yeah.
yeah, thanks for popping in early. I'll go talk to some quant nerds, and then I'll see you
Okay.
in the marketing meeting.
You bet. Okay.
All
Thanks,
right,
Michael.
thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. I'm back in the room, back in the main room. Excuse me. And now I am, even for the odd soul who is in our Discord room, I'm back there too. All right. So, guys, I'm in this GNL short. And that's the same reason that I took same reason I took this. Where are we now? Well, okay, the ZI now, that's the short I took earlier. Now it is popped up. That's why it's not showing near the top anymore because it popped up. But I'm in this GNL short kind of for the same reason though that I took the ZI short. I have no idea, exactly what's going to happen. Of course, I wish, but when you look at it, give me a moment. It has the same kind of, for me, the same characteristics as the ZI short. Say, have a bug here. Because a couple things. Look at this. It's actually even a green day ignore, or sorry, a green bar ignored on the daily chart. But when I looked left, and I looked left on the weekly, and the next low is 1086. So from 11, I'm in at what 11? I'm in at 1140. I'm in at 1140. So I thought, okay, if it gets close to 11, that'll be a little bit of a win for me. Sorry about that. Yes, I have not taken over the screen. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Thanks for the reminder. You guys should be good now in the YouTube room. Now, while I was on my little break, I saw that, or somebody said that yeah, look at that. So they did it mid-market, the PHIO, probably wrecked a lot of hopeful people maybe that were in around here thinking, well, maybe it'll bounce and I'll put my stop here. But unfortunately, I just gapped right down when they announced their financing. Doesn't happen often, guys, but every now and then you get these crummy little companies announcing financing mid-market. Really dry, as you guys have been in the room before, drives me absolutely crazy. Okay, INTT. What is this one doing? INTT. All-time high. Wow, all-time high now for INTT. Keep looking to see if they make any reference at all to AI. Yeah, so INTT, guys, this is an all-time high now. Nice breakout on the daily. Obviously, no reason to look left because it's an all-time high. Float is very low for a $22 stock, only 10 million. So, this is what I tend to turn to when, I'm not getting what I'm looking for in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. Okay, I can look at this one. This is a little more active, but the question was in our YouTube room while Michael was there, what do you use, a top list or an alert window? And I was explaining that, this is just a really simple scan, 20-day range low. That's all it is. And I sorted on the day that position in the day's range. So I want to see in this one, I want to see the ones that are near the low of the day, right at the low of the day or near the low of the day. Sometimes they'll be right at the low. And those are the ones I'm interested in. The ZI at one point was up at the top here. And it's just a simple scan. And the reverse is the 10-day daily range high, sorted on where it is in relation to the high of the day. So when things get a little bit slower on the alert window side, that's when I tend to look at some of these. Can I share them? How about I give it, I don't have them. Why don't you build it yourself? I'll just show you what the filters are. It'd be a good exercise, and then you can flip it to get the reverse. Okay, so just a good exercise. That's all. So right click. This is all I'm doing now. And again, you can have different. So if I click on the summary, so I'm making the current volume at least one. So it's not necessarily trading super abnormally, but it's just going to be at least one. I've got 600,000 shares minimum. The price is up 4% from yesterday, the close. And this is obviously, and the 20-day position in the 20-day range is at least 100%. So it could be right at the top of the 20-day range or above it. Okay, so these are the filters I'm using. And then here's my price range. Doesn't have to be your price range, 5 and 50. Doesn't have to be yours, of course. And I just call it the 20-day range high. That's all, because because I'm sorting on that column right there. Okay, the position in days range. And then all you do is once you've created it, you just right click and you duplicate it. Okay, and now you can do the flip. Right click, configure, and now you can flip it. And what'll flip, it can flip the price was up 4%. Now it'll be down 4%. Okay, at least. And then the price is at least 100% above the low of this range. It has to be basically at the low or below the 20 days. So that's what will be flipped. So watch what happens. Flip. So you see how this is now down 4%, and now the price is below the low of the 20. And then just give it another name, 20-day range low or whatever you want to call it. So now you've got them both. It's just a good exercise to do your own and get used to the flipping. Flipping is just a time saver, instead of having to recreate something from scratch. You can just flip your scan. Okay. So my scanners, Yucha, are here, ones that I'm sharing. And you don't have to use my filters. Is that simple? You don't have to use my filters, of course. And let's see. Okay, so so when you click on my homepage link that I put in there, oops, just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. So when you click on my homepage link, you'll be right at the top here. Just scroll down until you see scans. Okay, so here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, and you can kind of have your pick and choose. You can pick and choose which ones you might want. And you can load. I would not necessarily have them all up and running at the same time, but you can load one and you can see what it's looking for. Like, what is it looking for? And with any scan, all you have to do is just, once you have it, you just right click, configure, and summary. So that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Okay. And just because I like stocks between $1 and $50 and a minimum of 300,000 shares, et cetera, it doesn't mean you have to. You may have a completely different take on the market. Maybe you want stocks, between 10 and 200, or only between $1 and $10 and a different volume. It's up to you. Who makes scans like me? How do I answer that question, Lambo? I have no idea. I'm sure we've got thousands of customers, so most my scans, of course, are geared to more intraday trading. So, well, if you go to our toolbar, there are a lot of intraday, there are a lot of scans here in our toolbar. Click on New, Doc Channel Bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. Okay. So, for instance, there's the momentum channel. This is that momentum scanner is the one that I'm sharing on my homepage. It's kind of like this one. Okay. So, but there are all sorts of scans in here, different scans. This is one, where is that going? Explosive winners. Okay, explosive winners. So we've created all sorts of different scans on all of our channel bars. You said scan is the best. My ask is who else is making? I don't understand that again. Well, I didn't. There's no such thing as I mean, the scan that I like the best is this one, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Didn't really produce today, but this is, yeah, this is, if you want to call it, this is my go-to scan. But that's just designed the way I like to trade. I don't know who else is making anything like that. But the fact that I like this doesn't, there are people that look at that and go, I can't trade that. I don't understand how to trade it. And that's fine. But the other traders like Michael, who you were listening to, he's a more of a swing trader. Steve is more of a swing trader. Andy is more of a swing trader. So they're not making scans like this, as an example. Okay. Now Jamie is actually, you want to peg something on him. He is a scalper. He is a scalper. I am not a scalper. Okay. Now, for somebody who swing trades, I'm a scalper because anybody who swing trades thinks that anybody who trades intraday is a scalper. But Jamie is a scalper. I mean, he'll look at stuff and maybe make 2 or 3 or 4 cents, on a trade going into, and that was the expectation at least, But he's got a certain style. I don't do that at all. I'm not scalping this GNL. Okay, this GNL. I mean, if I get really, I don't want to say lucky, but I mean, 1080, if it gets down anywhere close to 11, so I'm in at 1140, let's say it gets down to 1120, and my stop was just a little bit up here. Okay, so I'm sorry, right up there. So I had about a nickel stop on that. So if I can get, I mean, in theory, if I can get out of that trade at 1130 from 1140 with a nickel stop, that is a 1 for 2 risk reward. If it gets down to 20, that's a 1 for 4. That is not my definition of scalping. Yeah, so if you're using our web-based version, now you can use, well, it depends what you're trying to load. Yeah, the racing, brokerage plus, things like that are not available in the web-based version. Okay, the other scans in my homepage that are in my homepage in the scan section, they are available in the web-based version. It says, but racing is not. So if you try to load a race in the web-based version, yeah, you're going to get an error. We're trying. We're trying to get the web-based version virtually the same as the app. Now, are you using the web-based version because you've got a Mac or you're on a tablet of some sort? Because we do get the odd person asking which is better to use, the web-based version or the app. So, I mean, if you can use the app, absolutely better to do. Okay, well then you have access to everything. If you're on Windows, so you've got a Windows PC, then so you're not, but you're looking on the TI Pro webpage. That's not what I asked. That's not what the link was. The link was my page, my home page. Okay, my home page. Okay, that's why I put I'm sorry, I'm saying it over and over again, but my home page. And when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, it's not the Trade Ideas homepage. This is my homepage. And if you scroll down, you'll see here are my scans. Okay. Click here. There are my scans right there. So you're not going to Trade Ideas homepage. It's my homepage. Okay. So you mentioned Gamble. I didn't click on Gamble. Let's see. Oh yeah, wow, nice. Yeah, I'm sort of shying away now from these. Trying to find the tops of trades or patterns and all. I'm sort of shying away from that a little bit. But had I seen it, had I clicked on it when you told me, you know, probably the 281 on the VWAP would have been a nice entry. But I'm not trying to, predict tops or bottoms anymore or try to trade them as much. Not that I ever was into that much, but had I seen this and had I seen that VWAP at 281, could have taken a shot at it easily. All right, guys, it's 1:16, so I have to do a video, and there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So true enough. I mean, I do have. You're right. I do have the on it really on the 5 minute anyway. I see. I'm really starting to get picky about my time frames now. Real. I'm trying to really reduce everything down to make it as simple as I can. So I only have a 5 minute chart and a 15. You don't see the five, but on the and I'm using obviously another program to put these linear regression channel in, and I'm using it on a five. I know you're into the 60 and the 30 and that's great. I'm trying to reduce things so much. Five, yeah, well, on the five, it was way above, way above. So when I look at it, just I can show. I mean, I don't mind. So yeah, I mean, there it is, way above, and there's the VWAP right there. So had I seen this, there's the break of the VWAP, and there's even the break of the top of the channel. So yeah, the VWAP break and the break of the top of the channel, and that yeah, I mean, had I seen it like that, sure. But I'm just, I getting frustrated on trying to tuck myself in all sorts of different directions and answering questions at the same time. And by the way, that doesn't mean that I keep the questions coming, guys. It's not a cop out. Ask questions. That's why I'm here. So I will do a video. Yeah, there are no, unfortunately, I doubt very much that there are very many shorts for PHIO. This is now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, of course. Where are you? Well, it showed up at 1251, but there are no, I don't think most people probably don't have shorts for PHIO. Maybe if you have Cobra or Centerpoint, maybe Trade Zero, probably very expensive. So T-Doc finally broke down. So for instance, interesting real. So for me, it never got above there. And now it's below the VWAP, which would have been fine, would have been fine. Never got above the channel. And I'm sure, but I know yours is different. All right, guys, I am going to do my video. What time is it now? 1:19, say 1:20, so I should be back no later than 1:30. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Oops, because I was always mute in Discord. All right, got okay. I'm back. Why do I trade stocks and not futures? Well, a long, long time ago, I tried my hands at the E-minis, got killed. Was a time I think in 2008 or nine. Wild, wild swings during the day, and it just Anyway, but the other reason is trade ideas isn't scanned for futures, so that is probably the. And I like stocks. Why do certain people like to do certain things? Why do people like to play certain sports and not others? Obviously, maybe it's because you're better at one than the other. I always felt I was better at trading stocks than anything else, so I never wanted to branch out. Tell you what, real, why don't you, the next one you see, just like the gamble, and obviously I know that they're not all going to work, but yeah, just pop it in there and I'll take a look. And you're talking ABBV, ABBV, okay? So what are you playing this for a bounce, right? I'm assuming you're playing this for a bounce. Okay. So, I mean, this is what I see. I mean, there it is, the bottom of the channel. There's the v-wap way up here. Well, not way up here. Okay, I'll have to put some filters in for you. Something in my price range, and maybe more of a top than a bounce. Hey, Cozy Manuki, are you still in our YouTube room by any chance? Okay, so right now with the GNL, I'm at a 1 for 2. Okay, right now. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, risk 5 cents to make 10 cents. I mean, is it a big deal? Of course not. But remember, it's all about your share size. So if you could risk, $100 on the trade, you could have taken 2,000 shares with a 5 cent risk. And then, if you get stopped out, you lose $100. Okay, I think this INTT, yeah, oh shoot, this showed up. Okay, it hasn't moved that much. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 22.98. There was the alert at 22.98. It hasn't moved that much yet. This could be really interesting. It has no resistance because it's an all-time high. So an all-time high for this INTT, what's the spread like? Dime spread, 95, 2305. And volume, it's okay. I mean, 500,000 shares, which is 12.9 times normal. 10 million in the flow. That's why the spread can get a little bit crazy. No, I wasn't trying to respond to his question. He comes in every now and then, but I haven't seen one time where he said, "Hey, how about this stock?" I know I'm not one time. So I'm just wondering, does he have any ideas? Query about a stock rather than complaining about the room. That's all. So here is another one, guys. Our RVLV. What sort of room does this have? 2155. Maybe not enough room. 2155 is the next low looking left. And again, this is, this is real simple. I mean, these are fairly gentle, just stocks that are making, that are 20, they're at the low of the 20-day range. And then they're at the low, near the low of the day as I have sorted them. TNDM. Take a look at that one. So I have it right at the low. Yeah, I have it breaking down just a little bit below it. Again, I know you've got some other way of doing it in terms of whatever filters you're using. It's magic, yes. But I'm more interested in the not so much in the bounces, but in the shorting something. Boy, this hymns. Who knew? Oops. 1017 was the alert, 1017 at 1017. Well, the price was 1017, and that was for the hymns. This is from the momentum scan. And you're right, it's been relatively steady up. The alert would have been right here, popped up, little pause, nice little run, little pause. Yeah. I just thought that some of this, remember now, I thought some of this would block it right around 1030, but not even close. That's why, when I look left, I mean, it's not an exact science. I mean, you don't know for sure that something is going to stall just because I see a high looking left that's rather close. It doesn't absolutely mean that, of course, but that's just the way I look at it. Ooh, guys, GME starting to give it up. I could be doing this in my real account pretty soon. GME. I'm still not going to swing a short, but if I ever were going to swing a short, though, I mean, you always run the risk of the memers getting a hold of it. So that's why I just would not want to swing this short. But what a level for it to be breaking down through 2182, the low there, 2177, the low there. You just see, and then then you look left, and the low is way down here at 1714. And remember, this pop was sort of an earnings surprise, if you will. All right, guys. So again, in about 20 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting. So just kind of now, what could be? Oops, let me get this up here. What could get interesting is if we get something new showing up in the momentum. Okay, some new stock, and you'll know it because you'll see the timestamp right at the top. And remember, this is the don't repeat, so that would be the first time you would see the stock. So something new showing up. So what's keeping me out of this, guys, is actually the float. 10 million in the float for a $22 stock, $23 stock. That's why you can get these, I'm looking at the spread, 79.96. It just don't like it. Otherwise, had the float been higher, so you perhaps wouldn't have been so whippy and the spread better. I probably would have taken this, but I just don't like that. Don't like, well, number one, don't like the spread, and I don't like the fact that float is so low for that price of a stock. Yeah, if only somebody had told me about gamble. This has actually had a nice little bounce, the ZI guys, and it's maybe nice bounce actually, and back up to where I shorted it. All right, guys. Well, again, this is really slowing down for me now. How did that SPR do? Probably fell back. Interesting. Last time I saw it, it was generating this giant red candle, but the buyers kept coming back. Look at these bottoming tails. One, two, three. And look what happened. This is a great example of one group getting exhausted. Let's get a 15-minute chart. You hear me talk about bottoming tails and topping tails a lot. All right, so of course it was in the news, regarding Boeing, etc. So I had this huge pop up, basically, I guess saying, well, Boeing said, well, I guess we're not going to get rid of these guys. I mean, that's not exactly what they said, but that I guess was the gist of it. So it had that huge pop up, big topping tail, and then the buyer stepped in, or sorry, the seller stepped in. And look what they did. They knocked it down from 30.14 down to what, 20, 28, 20, $29. But then look what happened. The buyers did step in and they closed it here. Sellers tried again. They knocked it down to 29. Buyers stepped in, closed it here. Sellers tried again. They got it down to 29.30, but the buyer stepped in again. And so at one point, again, this is constant war all day long between buyers and sellers. At this point, the sellers said, that's 45 minutes. That's 45 minutes, remember. The seller said, you know what? you can have it for a while anyway. And so look what happened. Buyers stepped in. Now we may be getting the reverse, maybe. The same thing with topping tails. Buyers taking it higher, sellers closing it lower. We don't have the dramatic, we don't have the like the same dramatic effect of three giant topping tails like we had here, the three giant bottoming tails. But you always have to think that's what's happening all day long. And some are more dramatic than others, but there's always a battle between buyers and sellers all day long. Doesn't matter what stock. His name is Jamie. Jamie at Trade Ideas. Okay, Luis. Jamie will be in the YouTube room tomorrow. Jamie, so you can, if you can remember to come into the YouTube room between 12 and 1, Jamie will be there. And he's way more of a scalper than I am. I didn't know that until I don't know, maybe a month ago. And he was telling me what he was looking at, and I thought, wow. But listen, to be a scalper and maybe getting 5 or 6 cents on a trade, you've got to be taking a lot of shares. So it's not everybody can do that. Because if you're going to only make 4 or 5 cents on a trade, you can't take 1,000 shares. I mean, you can, but you know what I mean. If you're trying to make it worthwhile. All right, GNL giving me just a little bit more. So this is what I'm going to do with the GNL. I mean, if it popped over 130, got it to say 132, I'll take it out. Okay. And then it won't be quite a 1 for 2, but I'm not going to let it come all the way back to where I shorted it. Now this INTT is starting to move, but again, I'm not in love with that spread. So, I mean, it could do an amazing run, but I'm just not in love with that spread. 23, 18, 20. I mean, it's not bad now, but sometimes it can widen to 20. But this probably is going to do something crazy. So it has absolutely no resistance because it's an all-time high. I shouldn't say probably. It could do something crazy. Boy, if only. And shorts available for this terrible little stock, PHIO. Look at that. Even late, you would call that super late, right? 504, 420. Anybody short that? And if you did, who's your broker? Oh, hi. Okay, this is new, guys. 7 is new. SEVN is new. New as in just coming into the momentum up at 145. But what do we see when we look left? I just can't take this trade. I mean, look at this daily chart and look at 1110, all this stuff up here. We're at 1093 now. It's had a great, nice 2 days. I mean, it just looks like it has to stop up here. And I may be completely wrong. It's a low float, 13.5 million in the float. So, it's got that going for it, I suppose. But look at the weekly chart. That weekly chart, all this stuff here corresponds to all this here. I just can't take the trade. Oh my gosh, the first mowing of the year outside, finally. I was living in a forest. Guys, I mean, this GME, if it takes out 2177, I believe, 2177, that is the next low looking left. You can, boy, you see this, this could just really, really start giving it up. But Carlos, I'm not sure I understand your question. We filter for earnings. I'm not sure I understand your question. Well, yeah, no, it's only a filter. But Is your question that you want to know what the earnings plays are? Oh, well, that's simple. Super, super, super simple. Typically, you want to see it in the pre-market, okay? Because that, rarely is a company releasing earnings during the market hours, okay? Very, very rarely. So this is what you can do. Okay, so here's my pre-market scans layout, okay? Pre-market, pre-market. So now you can have these two, okay? If you probably, I don't know if you're using these, but this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Notice I have one column called the earnings date in both earnings date, okay? If I sort on this, okay, and then if I scroll down a little bit, okay, not many. In fact, not many at all. Okay, this is telling me now, just so you know, the way we describe earnings, if it's 0.25, it means they released in the pre-market, and if it's minus 0.25, they released after hours yesterday. Those are the earnings plays for me. Okay, anything released earnings. So if something releasing earnings after hour today, and then in the pre-market tomorrow, those are the earnings plays. Let's take a look at if I do a sort on that earnings date column again. Okay, so now you see some earnings plays minus 0.25, minus 0.25, minus 0.25. These all released after hours yesterday. Okay, is there any one that released this morning? Yeah, one this morning. Ericsson released this morning at 0.25. Okay, that's number one. You could go to our earnings channel though, but this is what I do. This is exactly what I do. Once we get into earnings season, you will see this thing will be full of earnings plays. So you'll know the earnings plays by using something like this, the pre-market actives up or down, or you could go to, maybe a moment. We do have an earnings channel, but that's what I do because it's simple. I like to keep it very simple on one screen that I can do sorting on. And, but you can go to the earnings channel. I mean, we do have an earnings channel, show more. At least we used to. Here we are, earnings. So this is down after earnings, up after earnings. So we do have an earnings channel, and let's see what it uses. I didn't create this one, but so they go a little bit further back. I only go back minus 0.25 means minus 0.25 means after hours yesterday. Minus 0.75 means before the market opened yesterday. But I don't go back. I don't go that far back. You can if you want. But to me, an earnings play is after hours today, pre-market tomorrow. Those are the stocks that are going to be dynamic. But you can use this up after earnings, down after earnings. Up to you. Yeah, no problem, Carlos. Okay, guys. Wow, almost crept up on me. So the marketing meeting starts soon. Really pop? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right. 153. It just popped in. So what I was saying, guys, keep an eye on something that's just showing up. This is where we get some late day runners. And it also showed up which is unusual. It's unusual to see something in the 10-day daily breakout this late because normally, it'll happen earlier on in the day. But I can tell you why, because it has only traded 559,000 shares. The minimum volume here is 500,000. So it didn't show up earlier. But yeah, really? So really showing up Probably doesn't trade options, no options. And yeah, another very low float. Okay, guys, mute time. By the way, when I'm in these meetings, you can always ask me questions. I won't be able to get on the mic, but if I can text a response, I will. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, it went a lot. Actually, what happened is we have a development meeting an hour before, and that went way over. So this marketing meeting didn't start till late. So anyway, I am back and still in the GNL short. GNL short. Um, no real reason to get out of it. I mean, at 11:40, I mean, nothing. Actually, I am wrong. I am very sorry. Yeah, I took some out right here on that little move there. I was saying to myself, okay, I'm in this meeting. Typically, the meeting, I'm just listen. Okay, it's just I want to find out if there's anything new happening, and I can. So I'm aware of that. So I did take some out. I'm sorry, I did take some out right about here, 129, and now I still have some left, and see if it can break down through that 123 again. You know, Lambo, you ask a bunch of questions. Really, it's I don't know why you're doing it. So either ask a question about stocks or something else, but the questions you're asking are not really relevant. Look at GME, guys. Whoa, 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 GME. I work for Trade Ideas, Lambo. Okay, so so you can either ask a question about stocks or something like that, and I'll be happy to answer. Oh yeah, I'm in a meeting. Okay, I'm sorry. I every now there are meetings Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 o'clock Eastern time. I like to attend. But usually they're not this long. I usually attend because that's where they go over some of the things that I may not be aware of unless I hang into these meetings. That's all. So let's see what else is happening here. So this noggin, guys, NOGN. This is sort of interesting. Maybe if it can get going. The next high looking left is 308. And then after that, I mean, we've got 1064. So this could be a watch tomorrow. I mean, who knows? Maybe it does take out that 308 today, but that 10 level, 1064, that's what traders will be looking at. GNL, okay, another little leg down. Yeah, okay. Can I trade every now and then while I'm listening to a meeting? Yeah, but what difference does it make to you? Oh, I'm out of the Mr. Two. I'm out of the Neo. I said this morning I got out of the Neo, made marginal amount. This little bug is driving me crazy. Again, these are these new charts that I am testing, so I'm having a tough time sometimes. No, I took this trade yesterday late around the 16, just over the 16 mark, held it, held it, held it, popped up to 1647 this morning. And as it was starting to drift down, I said, I don't like it. So I made very, very little on it. Now, I don't know if it's been stopped out officially. I don't know what the stop was. Yeah, that would have been, yeah, there's no way that Noggin was actually at that price. So yeah, that is split adjusted, definitely split adjusted. Well, look at it go, guys. I mean, this is interesting. A late day bloomer here. Ugh. Okay, guys. So this one also showed up. This Kelter I see showed up later. See KLTR, KLTR. Horrible looking daily chart, guys. Really bad looking daily chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails, direction unknown. So I'm going to forget about that one. That Rely, RELI, that just before I got into the meeting. Oh boy, look at this all the way up here. Big drop. I actually was looking to see if it was shortable interactive brokers, but it is not, or was not. Meanwhile, the market is, yeah, from 416 down to 413. It looks worse than it is. I mean, but it has definitely been selling off a little bit. Bottoming tails though on the 15s. So again, the sellers have been trying to knock it down. The buyers have been stepping in a little bit, not much, but a little bit. I know goods. I know GME. I absolutely know. Yeah, noggin pullback. The problem I got with it is a big topping tail and a bottoming tail. So, the buyers and sellers were really at war on this candle, battling it out on this candle. And that's a 15-minute candle. TJ, do I pay any fees like platform fees and IBKR? I think I pay $10 a month. I think that is the sort of the standard for the data that I get from them. And I freely admit I haven't looked for 6 years, almost 7 years now since I had the program. But I think I signed up for like a $10 a month data plan. I mean, it's inconsequential. I was asked the question, what fees? But of course, if you went to the Interactive Brokers website, they would tell you exactly. But I think it's a $10 a month bundle that I pay. And I haven't changed it in, well, I think I've been with them at least 6 years. I think 6 years in January. So very happy with them. Well, maybe I'm paying nothing now, TJ. I don't know. No fees except commissions. I think well, as far as I know, you still had to pay for their data. Now there may be if you trade enough, then they waive the fees. Whatever it was, I mean, it was so little that I didn't it didn't make any difference to me. But you're probably right. If you trade enough shares or dollar value or something like that, I'm sure they waive the whatever they charge for their platform fees. Well, I think, I mean, my personal opinion, of course, the GME is well noted, but the thing is that to me it was a very so anyway, there's the GME. So yeah, I mean, I just think that this is a massive, massive void underneath. It'd be really interesting to see, yeah, what happens today. Do they come in, you know who I'm talking about? Do they come in and try to rescue it? Or do they just let it fall for a while? Okay, guys. So I am shutting down around 3:20. I'll stay on the mic until then. I won't usually usually mute myself, but because that meeting went on so long, I'll just hang on the mic for until the 3:20. Do I refrain from trading the close? A lot of times, what do you mean by the close? You mean are you? Oh, the power hour. Okay. No, no. I've actually traded more in the so-called power hour, more in the last year than I ever have. A lot of times, though, when I shut down is when I can concentrate. So when I shut down at 3:20, I don't trade after hours though. I That's one thing I really don't do. I haven't traded after hours for a long, long, long time. Minimi, what do you mean by you think it's nice that I do that? I work the same and thus like the stream. Do what? I'm not sure I understand what you meant. Oh, I see, I see, yes. Yeah, but I admit, I mean, I don't really trade that much, from 3:20 to 4 o'clock. You know, if I see something that comes in here late, there's sometimes, after 3:20 or something that it has happened and hasn't moved, and all of a sudden it starts to move. Sometimes I will do that. Now, a few for the last 3 weeks, we have seen some of these crazy movers that, I have said, you know what, guys, keep an eye on, ABC stock if it takes out the high of the day, because it could have a late day run. And I've done some of those. Does it always work? Of course not. But some of these ones that not today, I can't see anything happening today. But some of these ones that have been just rip, and then they kind of pull back a little bit, and then they rest. And depends. I don't know how often you've been in the room, but I will say something like, keep an eye on this one, guys. If it takes out the high of the day, it may start to really run again into the close. And does it happen all the time? Of course not. But and of course, it all depends on how much room do they have when you look left, when they do take out the high of the day. A lot of these are these low float crazy ones. Well, PTPI could be, if it. Let's take a look at it right now. Yeah, I mean, in theory, there's the high of the day because look at the room it's got. In theory, if it took out, but you're giving up quite a bit here at 611. But you're right. If the volume just keeps pouring in, there's and with that float, 1.4 million in the float, yeah. I mean, if it took out the high of the day, it's absolutely it could pile on. I mean, it doesn't look like it will, but well, GNL is just inching its way down for me still, so that's nice. Yeah, I'd be really surprised, but you know what I typically do in something like that, so I'm not having to watch it. I won't put the alert at the high here because sometimes what'll happen is it'll break right through that high and just keep going. So what I would do, is maybe what is that high? That high is 611. So maybe put it at the high here, 589, or not the high, but put a price alert around 589 and see if it takes that out at least. And then that, well, maybe it will keep moving. My Yeah, my biggest disappointment today was the Dr. MA. Now that is no way it's going to come back. Famous last words, but no way it's going to come back. Because when you look left, that had 385. I'm sorry, 480 was the high. Well, one of the things, Rocky, is I'm never usually in more than two trades at the same time. So it's not hard. I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. It's not hard for me to manage trades. Rarely am I in more than two trades at the same time. T-Pet? Yeah, I haven't really seen any dynamic IPOs, these cheap IPOs. I haven't really seen one lately that I can remember anyway. Is it TPET, Liam, or is it something else? I don't have anything for TPET, so is it it is? Is this coming up, you mean? So I'm sorry. So this is not trading yet. TPET is not trading yet. It is really. Oh, you're right. You know what? It is loading in the it is loading in Interactive Brokers. Sort of loading here. Now this may be a function of these new charts. So let me just bring up another chart. These are the. I know they look the same, but they're not. They're not. So let me take a look at TPET here. No, interesting. So on these new charts, we do get a price here. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why TPET is not showing up for us. Yeah, that's you're right, John. BANL, you're absolutely right. That was a decent one. I mean, yeah, it's still pretty good. Yeah, you're right. I do remember this one now. Started out around $4 4 weeks ago. That's too bad. Crazy kangaroo. Not laughing at your plight. I'm laughing. I'm amused at your name. This SPR has to be watched tomorrow, guys. I mean, if this takes out the high of 2 days ago, heck, why don't I just do it? Just put the alert 3088 and see if it takes it out. And that'll be for tomorrow. Maybe it happens today. There's still time left, but because obviously it would have a ton of room. You didn't have a stop, crazy kangaroo. You did not have a stop for the noggin, or did it blow through your stop? Okay, guys, I'm out of the GNL now. So that is it for me. Yeah, I didn't. I saw people talk about PKST, but I don't think it showed up in any one of my scanners. Yeah, I know why. So this was an IP. I guess was this a SPAC? I guess this was a SPAC, but based on the price. Or they changed their name. So I don't know if this was a SPAC, but they changed their name. Since they changed their name, but the reason it doesn't show up at any one of my scanners is that the relative volume was too low, 0.90 right now. So it's just one of those things. Most of my scanners, even this one, the 20-day range low, even this one, I have one. It has to be at least one trading normally. But the rest of them, this one is 8, current volume of 8. I don't know what I've got here. Is it 3, 3 or 4? 3. So that's why this would never show up. And it's a pretty low float, 29 million in the float. Hey guys, look at this PTPI. It might do it. Maybe. Well, that actually, I think, took out the high briefly. 620, what's the high here? 611. Well, you never know. I mean, look at the volume that's coming in. This is that volume bar right there will be the second biggest of the day after the opening one. All about the volume. As long if the volume continues here, hmm, 1.4 million in the float, 18.5. I've traded today, so obviously traded the float many times. Well, let's see if it does it one more time. Takes out that high. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut her down now. I'm going to wait on this PTPI, see if it does take this out later on in the day. Well, later on, there's only 45 minutes left in the trading day, and see if it does take this out. I may, in fact, take this trade but it really, the volume really has to keep surging here. Doesn't look good, in my opinion, but all right, everybody, thanks for all the help as usual. I'll open this room, the rooms tomorrow, the main room at 8 o'clock. Well, before 8 o'clock, by 8 o'clock. How's that? Usually it's well before, but you guys can talk for about an hour before I get on the mic at 9. Or to YouTube, I get on the mic at 9. All right. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now I'll exit our YouTube room.